happy guests, esteemed scholars, policymakers, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the 6th Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North 2026. My name is Kyung Jung from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I'm the Vice Head of the HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency, and it is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as the Master of Ceremonies for today's opening ceremony. This year, we gather under the timely and highly pertinent theme for peace and prosperity, overcoming conflicts through supranational solidarity amid the return of global power competition. In an era of rising strategic rivalry and geopolitical uncertainty, today's gathering is not a mere ceremonial exercise. It is an essential step toward building trust, cooperation, and shared prosperity. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how to build transnational cooperation and communication through culture and strategic foresight. Before we officially commence our program, I would like to acknowledge the distinguished guests via video clips. Let us direct our attention to the screen. 영상 부탁드립니다. Now, to officially begin day 1 of this esteemed forum, I would like to invite Dr. Kang Junyoung to the stage to deliver the opening address. Dr. Kang is the head of the HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency and Director General of the Center for International Area Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. And he's the driving force behind this forum. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Today morning, there was good news, and everybody knows it seems that the negotiations for the end of the U.S.-Iran war have finally been concluded. There will probably be many difficulties in negotiations going forward, but I think it is a great relief. It's maybe good news, yeah? Okay. Your Excellence and distinguished ambassador, honored VIP guests, esteemed scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a formal welcome to you all at the Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North 2026. My name is Kang Junyoung, and I serve as the head of the HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency at the Center for International Area Studies, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Seoul, Republic of Korea. On behalf of the organizing institution, it is my sincere pleasure to formally inaugurate day one of this esteemed forum at the 웨스턴조선호텔, Seoul. At the outset, I wish to convey my deepest appreciation for the presence of our esteemed VIP guests, the participation of Your Excellencies, senior representatives, and distinguished leaders from diplomatic, academic, and policy sector bestows great honor upon this forum and imparts exceptional significance to our assembly. In particular, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kang Ki-hoon, President of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Dr. Kim Jin-ah, Second Vice Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and Kim Yong-wook, Executive Vice President of Korea Foundation. Their esteemed presence today is a profound honor for this forum and serves as a meaningful testament to our collective commitment to dialogue, cooperation, and peace. This year, we gather under the theme for peace and prosperity, overcoming conflict through supranational solidarity aimed to return a global power competition. In an era marked by escalating strategic rivalry and heightened geopolitical uncertainty across regions, the international community is once again faced with the urgent challenge of preventing division from escalating into confrontation. Under these circumstances, supranational solidarity must be regarded not as a mere idea, but as an indispensable principle for the preservation of peace, the promotion of mutual understanding, and the realization of shared prosperity. For over 3 decades, relations between the Republic of Korea and the nation of broader northern region have developed into pragmatic and mutually advantageous partnerships. These ties have been carried through cooperation across a wide array of sectors, including energy, infrastructure, information and communications technology, agriculture, education, healthcare, tourism, and most notably culture. This cooperation has demonstrated that even amid international uncertainty, trust may be fostered through sustained engagement and mutual respect. The particular significance of Day 1 resides in this diplomatic and strategic focus. Today, we are joined by ambassadors, policymakers, experts, and strategic thinkers to deliberate on bilateral relations, regional developments, and the expanded role of public diplomacy beyond culture. I am confident that today's exchange of perspective will enable us to deepen our understanding of the evolving international landscape and identify practical avenues for enhanced cooperation among our nations and institutions. Since our project's selection by the National Research Foundation of Korea in 2020, our team has pursued a long-term vision of positive supranational cooperation and communication, identifying points of contact with northern cultures, and contributing to the creation of culture hub contiguous to unification-friendly circumstances. We regard this forum as a vital platform for advancing this mission, both intellectually and practically. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all distinguished speakers, participating institution, diplomatic missions, and guests for their unwavering support and commitment with have rendered this forum possible. I would like to give my special appreciation to Dr. Kang Gi-hoon and Dr. Kim Ji-na and Dr. Kim Yong-un. And Kim Yong-woo, sorry. With these remarks, I hereby declare the commencement of Day 1 of the Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North 2026. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kang, for your profound opening remarks that beautifully set the goal for our gathering. So next, it is a great honor to invite Dr. Kang Gi-hoon, President of Hankuk University Foreign Studies, to the stage to deliver the welcoming address. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. It's very nice weather, and distinguished ambassadors, representatives of international organizations and strategic research institutes, and esteemed scholars and experts from around the world. It is a pleasure to welcome you all today. On behalf of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the opening of the Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North 2026, and a warm welcome to the many diplomatic delegations, experts, and scholars who have traveled here for this occasion despite their busy schedules. In particular, I'd like to express my special appreciation to Vice Minister Kim Ji-na of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for delivering today's keynote address, and also to Dr. Kim Yong-wook of the Korea Foundation for offering his congratulatory remarks. I would also like to extend my special thanks to the ambassadors and experts joining us today. The world today is more closely connected than ever before. Yet at the same time, it faces increasingly complex conflict and uncertainties. In this era, I believe what we need is cooperations that goes beyond competition and a spirit of solidarity grounded in mutual understanding. The theme of today's forum, Peace and Prosperity through Supranational Solidarity, reflects precisely this demand of our time. Through the HK+ National Strategies Research Project, the Center for International Area Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies has worked steadily to promote mutual understanding and international cooperation. As part of this endeavor, this forum has established itself as an international platform that enables different countries to shape new possibilities for future cooperation. The foundation of this effort is culture, education, and above all, people-to-people exchange. Genuine solidarity begins with efforts to understand one another, and language and culture are the most powerful forces that make such understanding possible. With this belief, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies will continue to serve as a bridge for the knowledge and cooperation that the international community needs. Language connects the world. Understanding builds trust, and trust creates the future of peace. Looking forward to today's forum serving as a meaningful starting point for new possibilities toward global peace and shared prosperity. I once again extend my congratulations on this opening of this year's forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Kang, for your strong support, leadership, and gracious welcoming words. We are also privileged to have Mr. Kim Yong-uk, Executive Vice President of the Korea Foundation, with us today. I would like to invite him to the stage to deliver the congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him.
President Kang Gi-hoon, Her Excellency Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs Kim Ji-na, Professor Kang Jun-young, Head of HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency, distinguished ambassadors, scholars, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to offer my sincere congratulations on the convening of the 6th Forum. My appreciation goes to the organizers for their continued commitment and dedication in sustaining this valuable platform for dialogue and cooperation over the years. This year's theme, for peace and prosperity, overcoming conflicts through supranational solidarity amid the return of global power competition, is both timely and meaningful. I'm confident that today's discussion will produce valuable insights for all of us. Since its establishment in 1991, the Korea Foundation has worked to deepen mutual understanding between Korea and the international community through a wide range of public diplomacy initiatives. As Korea continues to strengthen its engagement with the Eurasia region, fostering intellectual and cultural partnerships across the region has become increasingly important. In this regard, this year carries particular significance as Korea and the 5 Central Asia countries prepare for the first ever Korea Central Asia Summit, scheduled for September. This landmark meeting will elevate our partnership to a more strategic and comprehensive level. The Korea Central Asia Cooperation Forum Secretariat operated by the Korea Foundation, has served as a platform for dialogue, policy coordination, and regional networking among central and local government agencies, public institutions, scholars, think tanks, youth, and cultural institutions. Through these efforts, we remain committed to expanding cooperation and strengthening the bonds that connect Korea with Central Asia and the broader Eurasian region. I sincerely hope this forum will further strengthen dialogue and cooperation among all participants and contribute to peace and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Kim, for your insightful and encouraging words. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kim Jin-ah to the stage to deliver the keynote speech. Dr. Kim currently serves as the second Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. We extend our deepest gratitude to Vice Minister Kim for taking the time to be with us today. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's my great pleasure to join you this morning in this forum. Well, I think we are gathering here not just to reflect on our past achievement, but to chart a new course for our partnership in a changing world. Well, geopolitical tensions are intensifying. Energy security, supply chain resilience, emerging technologies are reshaping how we define national interest and partnerships. In response, countries are expanding their strategic connections and networks and build more resilient partnerships. In this context, well, Central Asia has become more important than ever. Endowed with abundant energy resources, critical minerals, and vibrant young population, well, Central Asia has become a key corridor, if you will, to have connectivity and strengthen logistics and supply chain resilience. So it is no coincidence that major countries like US, China, Russia, Japan are trying to engage actively with Central Asia with a summit-level diplomacy. The Central Asia 5+1 format has gained renewed attention because of its flexible and strategic framework for cooperation between 5 Central Asian countries and external partners. So Korea's first ever summit this year also signifies this broad trend, building on the Cooperation Forum in 2007, which was elevated to foreign ministerial level in 2019. In the past, well, actually Korea's northern policy has been largely focused on Russia. However, today, under the new government's principle of practical diplomacy, well, Korea is reshaping its new northern policy with a sharper focus on strategic relations with other countries. And our cooperation with Central Asia also will focus on 5 priorities: stronger institutions, closer security cooperation, mutually beneficial projects, future-oriented partnerships, and people-to-people exchanges, including with the Korean diaspora. Building on this foundation, Korea will deepen cooperation with Central Asia in supply chains, critical minerals, healthcare, and employment, while expanding a more future-oriented fields such as AI, science, technology, and digital transformation. Korea is also strengthening its development cooperation with Central Asian countries. This year, our ODA for this region has increased by 25% compared to last year, and we are working to further expand grant assistance for this region next year as well. In particular, the Korean government places greater focuses on next generation cooperations and exchanges. In close consultation with our Central Asian countries, we are trying to explore ways to support future-oriented development, such as future talented development in promising areas that reflect the needs and priorities of each country. So our goal is clear: to move beyond traditional economic cooperation and build future-oriented partnership that creates new engines of growth for both Korea and Central Asia. Well, equally important is a very special human bond that connects us. Central Asia is home to 310,000 ethnic Koreans, and next year marks the 90th anniversary of this Korean settlement in this region. Over the past nine decades, ethnic Koreans have become a proud members of Central Asian societies and a precious bridge between Korea and this region. The Korean government will continue to honor this history and also support this bridge. Through efforts such as the establishment of Korean History Museum in Uzbekistan, we seek to commemorate the journey of ethnic Koreans and strengthen their role as a living link between Korea and Central Asia. For Korea, partnership with Central Asia is not just a matter of choice, but a strategic necessity. And for Korea and Central Asia together, this is not simply a moment to cooperate. This is a moment to lead. So let us seize this momentum to connect our regions and strengthen our resilience and to shape a new chapter of shared prosperity. Well, I hope today's discussions through this forum will serve as a great opportunity to discuss the vision for our partnership and translate our past achievement into concrete actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister Kim, for your illuminating keynote address. Please give another warm round of applause to Vice Minister Kim, as well as to all our distinguished ambassadors, policymakers, and leaders of prominent strategic institutes who are here with us today. Your presence is a testament to our shared commitment to dialogue and peace. So thank you all. Before we conclude the opening ceremony and move on to the first session, we will have a brief group photo session to commemorate this gathering. I would like to kindly ask all of our VIP guests and ambassadors and speakers come up to the stage for the photo. And we'll have a break time, 20 minutes, and we will begin at 11 o'clock again. Thank you. Please come to the stage, all the speakers and participants. Yeah. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 1 of the Diplomatic and Strategic session. My name is Ki Young from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and it is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as the chair for this highly anticipated session. Following the profound opening remarks that set the tone for our gathering, this session aims to delve deeper into the practical and strategic dimensions of our forum's theme for peace and prosperity, overcoming conflicts through supranational solidarity amid the return of global power competition. The Republic of Korea has cultivated robust and mutually beneficial partnerships with the nations of the broader northern region for over 3 decades. Our cooperation spans critical sectors such as energy, infrastructure, technology, and culture. Today, we are witnessing a pivotal moment as the K-Silk Road Initiative and other strategic frameworks further strengthen our ties with the northern region. The purpose of this session is to transcend traditional diplomatic discourse. We are here to explore how we can solidify a bridge of transnational cooperation, drawing upon the power of culture and shared historical experiences to navigate the complexities of today's geopolitical landscape. Before we officially commence today's proceedings, I would like to make a brief administrative announcement. Would you put the screen? 선물 좀 띄워주세요. So, due to unforeseen and urgent diplomatic obligations, unexpected logistical challenges, the commemorative ceramic series we had prepared for our participants cannot be presented at this time. we will deliver it to you later. So we are currently arranging to have these delivered to you at a later date, so please forgive us. We kindly request your understanding regarding these matters. So actually, we carved your name on that stamp and ceramics, but unfortunately, last night, traffic accident, so all broken. Yeah, so they have to make it again, and it needs at least 3 weeks to make it completed, so we'll deliver it after the, completion of the work. Sorry about that. Yeah, despite these adjustments, we are exceptionally privileged to have 3 eminent diplomats with us who represent nations vital to our shared vision. We'll hear from the representatives of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan. Each will share their unique perspectives on bilateral relations, regional development, and the pathways to supranational solidarity. After all 3 distinguished speakers have concluded their presentations, depending on the time, we'll open the floor for a brief Q&A sessions. So let us begin. It is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, His Excellency Kirom Salahuddin, the Ambassador of the Republic of Tajikistan to the Republic of Korea. Tajikistan's role in regional stability and its growing collaboration with Korea present significant opportunities for mutual development. We are eager to hear your perspectives on fostering deeper ties. Your Excellency, please welcome to the podium. The stage is yours.
Distinguished Mr. Kang, dear colleague, Mr. Ambassador, esteemed participants from research institutes, dear diplomats, at the outset I express my gratitude to Hankuk University team for organizing an important and conceptual event. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Since gaining independence, Tajikistan, under the leadership of the founder of Peace and National Unity, President of the Republic of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahmon, made impressive strides in development. The country boasts a strong political and legal framework and promotes stability and economic prosperity. Tajikistan's commitment to these principles has also garnered international respect, solidifying its position as a valued member of the global community. Tajikistan stands an active, committed global advocate for water and climate agenda and positions itself as a champion of water diplomacy and glacier preservation. Just last month, on May 25th to 28th, we successfully hosted the fourth high-level international conference on water action decade in Dushanbe. We view climate vulnerabilities not as an obstacle, but as a vital platform for international cooperation. The Republic of Tajikistan pursues open-door policy and stands ready to build up friendly relations with all countries and values shared interests based on mutually rewarding cooperation. Countries with development experience and next-generation technologies like the Republic of Korea are considered as a model for the development in our country. The Republic of Tajikistan and the Republic of Korea enjoy friendly ties since the establishment of diplomatic relations 34 years ago. During this period, we have laid a solid foundation for cooperation based on amity and mutual trust. Joint commitment to enhance multilateral, mutually beneficial cooperation between the two nations was reiterated in the telephone conversation between President Emomali Rahmon, with His Excellencies President Emomali Rahmon and Excellency President Lee Jae-myung. Beyond politics, the human bridge between our nations is flourishing through vibrant cultural festivals and historical rediscovery. We highly value the efforts of the Republic of Korea in developing multilateral and long-term cooperation in priority areas within the framework of the Central Asia Republic of Korea Cooperation Forum. Today's forum arrives at a pivotal moment as we prepare for the inaugural Central Asia Republic of Korea Summit. We are confident that outcomes of the forthcoming summit will usher in a qualitatively new era of partnership. In closing, I would like to congratulate once again for holding this meaningful event and wish all participants fruitful discussions. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing those valuable insights. Now, I am honored to invite our second speaker, His Excellency Alisher Abdusalamov, the Ambassador of the Republic of Uzbekistan to the Republic of Korea. Uzbekistan and Korea share a special strategic partnership standing as a cornerstone of Korea's engagement in Central Asia. The depth of our cooperation in trade, culture, and humanitarian efforts is truly exemplary. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear Professor Chung Gi-young, Honorable Chair of this session, Ambassador Kiram Salahuddin, dear colleagues, experts, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It's a great honor to address this distinguished forum, which continues to serve as a vital platform for dialogue and cooperation. Uzbek and South Korean relations have become an example of successful cooperation. In 2006, the Joint Declaration on Strategic Partnership was signed, and in 2019, the relationship between our countries were elevated to a special strategic partnership. These phases reflect deep historical ties, emphasizing the importance of Uzbek Uzbek-South Korean relations for both sides. Tashkent always emphasizes that Uzbek-South Korean relations have significant potential for further expansion and deepening of cooperation. A telephone conversation in July 2025 and the first meeting of the two leaders in New York City in September has undoubtedly helped broaden the horizons of cooperation and define new prospects for further deepening and expanding our partnership. During the high-level talks, the leaders agreed to fully support measures to increase trade and investment and create favorable conditions for the business. Priority areas for further cooperation have been identified. President Lee Jae-myung also emphasized large untapped opportunities for increasing the scale of mutually beneficial cooperation. Economic cooperation between Uzbekistan and South Korea shows significant progress. In 2025, trade turnover between the two countries reached $1.7 billion. In previous years, we have seen this number reached more than 2.2 billion. Last year, for the first time in history, the national Made in Uzbekistan stand was opened in the Lotte Mart stores in Seoul and Ansan, selling over 100 types of domestic products. In October 2025, we proudly held a grand opening ceremony for the Fergana Region Trade and Logistics Center in Pyeongtaek. Total volume of direct South Korean investments attracted into Uzbekistan's economy exceeded $8 billion. Today, more than 700 enterprises with South Korean capital are operating in Uzbekistan in the energy, chemical, automotive, electrical, textile, and other industries. Uzbekistan is an important partner for the Republic of Korea in the area of ODA, including financial and technical cooperation. Today, Second Vice Minister Kim mentioned about the increasing amount of ODA for the Central Asian countries. To date, the joint project portfolio with the Korea Exim Bank and its Economic Development and Cooperation Fund, EDCF, comprises 26 projects worth $3.3 billion. From the Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, 15 projects worth $122 million are being implemented currently, with 5 new projects worth $44 million launched in 2025. A project to create a Korean industrial cluster in the New Generation Industrial Zone in Tashkent is being developed jointly by KOTRA. We believe the Hyundai Rotem high-speed train project was truly a symbol of win-win partnership between Uzbekistan and Korea. Thanks to the efforts of stakeholders involved, first batch of 6 trains manufactured and delivered well ahead of a schedule and already serving en route Tashkent-Hiva. Imagine the impact of this project. In the past, this journey took 14 hours, but now it takes only 7 hours. The PPP agreement has been signed with the Incheon International Airport Corporation for the modernization and management of Urgench International Airport in west of Uzbekistan, near the historical city Hiva. In addition, the company is participating in the construction and operational preparation of the new Tashkent International Airport, providing consulting services on operational and engineering solutions. We're also developing local diplomacy, which is becoming very important. Our provinces and regions are cooperating in all areas. Governors of South Korean provinces and the governors of Uzbekistan regions are cooperating and visiting each other. Beyond economic cooperation, our ties are equally strengthened by vibrant people-to-people exchange. Ethnic Koreans in Uzbekistan, exceeding 180,000, is the largest in Central Asia and 5th largest in the world. They play an important role in strengthening ties between the people. In September 2025, Uzbekistan delegation was the second largest after the US in the 11th World Forum of Korean Politicians in Seoul. Honorable Emma Aslanova, member of the Legislative Chamber of the Oli Majlis, the parliament, who participated in the event held meetings with the chairman of 2 committees in the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Honorable Mr. Kim Gyo-hun, chairman of the Friendship Group in the National Assembly, visited Uzbekistan in November. Actually, today is also on the way to Uzbekistan. From December 15 to 17, former Speaker of the Korean Parliament, His Excellency Mr. Woo Won-sik, visited Uzbekistan and participated in the 3rd Inter-Parliamentary Forum, Central Asia-Korea. He held meetings with the Senate chairperson and the Speaker of the Legislative Chamber, also paid a courtesy call to the President of Uzbekistan. Education and science is a significant aspect of Uzbek-South Korean relations. There are branches of 4 South Korean universities in Uzbekistan, INA and AJU being the most visible among them. Currently, the number of Uzbek students who are studying in the Republic of Korea exceeding 21,000. Research institutes and universities of both countries conduct joint projects contributing to the development of scientific potential and innovation. Uzbekistan and South Korea are actively working on the joint environmental projects aimed at combating climate change. South Korean companies and experts are helping to introduce advanced methods of waste treatment and recycling, contributing to improving the environmental situation in Uzbekistan. South Korea has seen as a growing interest in Uzbekistan's tourist destinations. Last year, more than 60,000 Korean tourists visited our country. Travel agencies offer a variety of programs that include historical, cultural, ecotourism, and other attractions. Direct daily flights between the 2 capitals make traveling more accessible and convenient, contributing to the growth of business and tourist flows. Dear friends, we see today's forum as a well-established and key policy platform. This year we also see this key event as an indispensable part of the historical Korea Central Asian Summit. As we speak here today, deputy ministers of Korea and Central Asian states are gathering in Tashkent for the 2nd senior officials meeting to prepare the agenda and deliverables of the summit. Aside from the summit, my government is also preparing for the state visits of the President Mirziyoyev to the Republic of Korea. In 2 days, here in Seoul, we are organizing the first ever think tank forum jointly with the Institute for Strategic and Regional Studies under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan and IFANS under the MOFA Korea. And the President of Institute of Strategic and Regional Studies, Dr. Aripov, is here with us today. In the months to come, we will have more officials visiting Seoul, including Madame Narbayeva, chairperson of the upper chamber of the Parliament of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Kudratov, Minister for Investments and Industry and Trade, several governors and other high-ranking members of the government of Uzbekistan. To conclude my intervention, I would like to reiterate today, it can be stated that the mutual beneficial Uzbek-South Korean relationship has come a long way to reach a special strategic partnership and benefiting the progress and prosperity for 2 countries and people. Uzbekistan is committed to elevating this partnership to the next future-oriented level, as it was mentioned by the Second Vice Minister Kim. As we know, and that any relationship cannot survive unless they meet modern challenges and opportunities. I wish a successful event today with meaningful discussions among the leading experts coming forward. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your profound and illuminating remarks. I'm always impressed how much we have improved our bilateral relationship between the 2 countries over 3 decades. And it is really amazing that 60,000 Koreans visited your country last year. I hope that maybe 1 million visit this year. Okay, so now it is my great pleasure to introduce our 3rd speaker, Dr. Vugar Gafarov, Deputy of Mission and the First Secretary at the Embassy of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the Republic of Korea. While the ambassador of Azerbaijan had graciously confirmed his attendance, an urgent meeting in his home country required his immediate return. We are grateful to Dr. Gafarov for representing Azerbaijan today. Azerbaijan remains a crucial partner for Korea, particularly in the realms of energy security, renewable energy transitions, and infrastructure. We look forward to your insights on how our nations can further align our strategic interests. Mr. First Secretary, the floor is yours.
Dear Professor Kang, dear Professor Zhang, Excellencies, dear ambassadors, dear colleagues and distinguished participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 안녕하십니까? 반갑습니다. It's a great pleasure for me to deliver this speech on behalf of our embassy on bilateral relations between Azerbaijan and the Republic of Korea before such a distinguished audience of outstanding scholars, renowned experts, and experienced diplomats. At the outset, I would like to convey the warm greetings and best regards of Ambassador Ramin Hassanov to all of you. He was eagerly looking forward to participating in this meaningful event. However, the fifth political consultations between the foreign ministries of Azerbaijan and Korea were scheduled to take place tomorrow in Baku. Therefore, Ambassador Hassanov traveled to Baku to participate in those consultations. He asked me to extend our sincere appreciation to the leadership of the Hankook University of Foreign Studies and the organizing team for convening today's and tomorrow's forum and for providing us with the opportunity to share and exchange our views with the esteemed audience on Azerbaijani-Korean relations and global affairs. Azerbaijan and Korea are united by a number of common foreign policy objectives. These include achieving sustainable peace in their respective regions, maintaining constructive relations with neighboring countries, advancing regional cooperation and prosperity, and addressing global challenges through strengthening international organizations and respect for international law. Our countries have demonstrated their commitment to playing active and constructive roles in regional and global affairs. As you know, following the successful hosting of COP29 event in Baku in 2024, Azerbaijan recently hosted the 13th session of the World Urban Forum, the largest in its history, welcoming nearly 60,000 participants from around the world. The decisions of the international community to gather in Azerbaijan to address pressing global challenges reflect the trust placed in our country and represents international recognition of Azerbaijan's historic achievements under the leadership of His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev. Through the strategic vision, principled and pragmatic foreign policy of its political leader, Azerbaijan has brought an end to the conflict with Armenia and achieved the full restoration of its territorial integrity and sovereignty after nearly 3 decades of military occupation by Armenia. By transforming these achievements into a broader diplomatic, economic, and security role in the South Caucasus and beyond, Azerbaijan has positioned itself as a center of stability, connectivity, and development, while consolidating its role in shaping regional dynamics and supporting global dialogue. As we look to the future, Azerbaijan remains committed to building a world in which peace, dialogue, and cooperation prevail. We look forward to further deepening our partnership with Korea in pursuit of these shared goals. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations in March 1992, Azerbaijan and Korea have steadily expanded their bilateral ties and mutually beneficial cooperation. We are pleased that our countries continue to maintain a constructive political dialogue based on mutual respect and shared interests. This year alone, we have witnessed numerous exchanges between high-level representatives of our countries, and we are actively working with our Korean partners to facilitate additional high-level visits in both directions in the coming months. Azerbaijan is Korea's largest economic and trade partner in the South Caucasus, while Korea is among the most significant foreign investors in Azerbaijan's non-oil sector. The Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation, established between our governments in 2015, serves as an important mechanism for promoting bilateral economic, trade, and investment cooperation across a wide range of sectors. The next meeting of the Joint Commission is expected to take place in Baku later this year. We also highly value the growing cultural and humanitarian ties between our nations, as well as expansion of people-to-people exchange. Numerous joint projects have been implemented in the fields of culture, education, science and research, as well as sports. Currently, the Korean language is taught at 2 universities in Azerbaijan, and Korea enjoys considerable popularity in our country, especially among the young people, and it is also among the preferred destinations for Azerbaijan students seeking higher education abroad. Several important milestones in raising awareness of Azerbaijan in Korea have also taken place in the recent months. One of the most significant achievements was realized thanks to the dedicated efforts of the Department of Turkish-Azerbaijani Studies at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. The department developed and published the first ever standard textbook for Azerbaijani language in Korea. We deeply appreciate the department's hard work and commitment to strengthening cultural and academic ties with Azerbaijan. We are equally grateful to the leadership of the university for its continued support for Azerbaijani studies and related research activities. In concluding my remarks, I'm confident that over the next 2 days, the forum will provide valuable opportunities to identify new avenues for bilateral and multilateral cooperation among the countries represented here. It will also offer an excellent platform for discussing existing challenges and exploring ways to address them collectively. The meaningful dialogue, intellectual exchange, and professional networking fostered by this forum will undoubtedly contribute to strengthening interstate relations and expanding people-to-people contacts, thereby promoting peace, stability, and prosperity in our regions and beyond. Allow me once again to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers and hosts of this unique event. Thank you for your kind attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. First Secretary, for an inspiring presentation. And I also support Azerbaijan as a center of stability and connectivity in Caucasus. Thank you, Your Excellencies, and thank you to all our distinguished speakers for your compelling and insightful presentations. Let us give them all another round of applause. So, Your Excellencies have provided us with a comprehensive overview of the geopolitical dynamics, the importance of cultural ties, and the strategic imperatives that binds the Republic of Korea with Central Asia and the Caucasus. We now have some time just for 5 or 10 minutes for a brief Q&A session. I invite the audience to participate. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Once acknowledged, kindly state your name, your affiliation, and specify to which speaker your question is directed. So, if you have any questions, we have 10 minutes for open Q&A. Let's see if.
Thank you very much, Professor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vasif Zainov from Azerbaijan. My question is to ambassadors from Central Asian countries. As noted in the beginning, there will be C5+1 summit this year in Seoul between South Korea and Central Asian countries. My question is about your expectations from this summit. What strategies, plans do you have in the future of Korea-Central Asian relations? Thank you.
Goes to me? Ambassadors, okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah. On the outlook of the perspective of forthcoming first Central Asia Republic of Korea summit was perfectly outlined in the remarks by distinguished Deputy Minister. Of course, from Tajikistan perspectives, we also looking forward for the outcome of the summit, which will elevate our relations in a qualitatively new state. Tajikistan considers development experience and next generation technology of the Republic of Korea as a model for future development. And we do believe and we are confident that outcomes of the first Korea Central Asian summits will be beneficial for both parties, the Republic of Korea and our Central Asian nations. We expect that the first summit will pave a way for future mutually beneficial cooperation in all areas of interest by both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the answer, Ambassador. First ever Korea Central Asian Summit is actually the historic moment in Korean government's involvement in the region. Traditionally, we say that Central Asian countries are rich for minerals, critical minerals including, and South Korean companies has good technologies. And if we join our hands, we could have very good results. But this is very traditional. And now the summit is a good occasion to come up with the new solutions, new ideas for the development of the relations between Central Asian countries and South Korea. So especially taking into account the human-centered AI development and the South Korean role in the AI development will be very interesting to observe. The summit will, the presidents of Central Asian countries and President Lee will discuss the areas which was mentioned by the second Vice Minister, Kim. And it includes not only economic cooperation, but also security issues, mutually beneficial projects, future-oriented areas, and as well as the people-to-people exchange. And as for Uzbekistan, we believe that the South Korean companies will be more active in the Central Asian region in terms of economic cooperation. which will increase the competitiveness of not only those our countries, Central Asian countries, companies, but also Korean companies. So besides that, of course, the cultural ties are very also important. Korean wave, Korean culture is very famous, is very popular in Central Asian countries. So we want this cultural exchange also to be enhanced both way. And I mentioned in my speech, we are also very much eager to develop the local diplomacy. The government-to-government relations are very good. We don't have any issues. We have only, we discuss the issues to deepen our cooperation. But what about our regions, provinces? Korean provinces, they have huge untapped potential. Most of the companies who are located in those regions, they want to go abroad to expand. So for this reason, we have this platform, Korea Central Asia Regional Forum. And I think it's going to be the third one. The first one was in 2024 in Seoul. The second one was last year in Turkestan, in Kazakhstan. And the third one will be in Uzbekistan, hopefully this year, early November, in Samarkand city. So we pay huge attention to this local diplomacy as well. So our expectations are very high. All countries are expecting to have the elevated relations with South Korea. And again, back to the, in addition to the traditional areas of cooperation, we expect to have very new areas where we could collaborate with South Korean partners in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We are actually expecting also a lot to the summit between the Republic of Korea and 5 Central Asian countries. And actually, as you mentioned, the local relationship is also highly needed, and maybe we can, how can I put it, enjoy and, well, communicate each other rather relatively better if we can improve our local level relationship. And actually, our team has proposed several times to improve the relationship between Korea and Central Asia, and also between the Republic of Korea and Caucasus. So I'd like to ask Dr. Gafarov, well, to say something about the future relationship between the Republic of Korea and the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Jung. Actually, we are aware of your efforts to elevate the relations between Azerbaijan and Korea, and we really appreciate your efforts and also the efforts of the Hankook University of Foreign Studies, including the Department of Turkish Azerbaijani Studies. We also see the huge potential. As you know, the level between of the relations between our countries are high, are very dynamic, but it doesn't reflect the potential. The potential is much, much bigger than the current level. And this potential exists in many areas, starting from trade over tourism and people-to-people exchange to the defense industry sector and many other sectors. And yeah, we're working on it. We are working to transform this huge potential into reality. I think what we need first is intensifying the political dialogue. I'm sure that the Korean business is interested in deepening, in expanding the relations with Azerbaijan. When we intensify the political dialogue, when the private sector receives this feeling of insurance, they can act more confidently, more actively. And what we need more, I think, more Korean presence in our country, the visibility. So we get some information, we saw some information from the Korean companies that they are interested in involvement in different projects which are run in Azerbaijan. And I think the more visibility, more present from the Korean side in Azerbaijan, I mean more investments, for example, from Korean side in Azerbaijan would increase also their chances to be involved, to participate in those projects. So as I mean, the potential is huge, and both sides have to work on exploring the concrete chances for deepening the cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. To make it realized, the first thing that we need is to have a direct flight. Yeah. So unfortunately, that is all the time we have for questions today. The discussions we have had in this session reaffirm that sustainable cooperation cannot be achieved through strategy alone. It must be firmly rooted in cultural knowledge, mutual respect, and enduring human network. The insights shared by our esteemed speakers today serve as a vital stepping stone towards our shared goal of freedom, peace, prosperity, and coexistence. I would like to express my deepest gratitude once again to Their Excellencies, the Ambassador of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and the First Secretary of Azerbaijan for their invaluable contributions to this forum. Thank you all for your active participation and attention. This concludes session 1. We'll now take a short break before proceeding to the next part of our program, and we'll have a special celebratory performance for 20 minutes. And after that, we'll move to the lunch. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. We are Chajam band. Nice to meet you. I'm not good. Very English not good. Okay, understand? Okay, understand me, please. Okay. We are first song is 이윽고. 이윽고 means eventually. I made this song while imagining your dreams place. Okay, please enjoy. Thank you. 이윽고 한 곳을 다다르니 닭조강 왼산을 물들였는 길 바위 틈으로 솟아오르는 숲이 울창하여 장엄하기 그지없다. 산은 참 높고 깊었는지 큰 골짜기 작은 골짜기에 맑게 흐르는 시내 물은 여러 구비를 이루고 있다. 한편 연못가의 연꽃이 반발하고 보란 꽃도 한창인디 꽃 사이에 춤추는 나비펄 날고 버들 위에 나르는 꾀꼬리는 조각조각 금이었다. 이윽고 한 곳을 다다르니 걸음 향내 나니 그토록 바라던 경계로다. 이윽고 한 곳을 다다르니. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm so nervous. Look at me kindly, please. Thank you. Our next song is Sky and Sea. This song, sing-along part. Okay? I need practice together. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. First, me first, then you. Okay. Na 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 na. Are you ready? Okay. 나 시작. 나 나 나 나 나 나. And then 나 나 나 나 나 나. Okay, go. 나 나 나 나 나 나. Okay, together. Please. Look at me kindly, please. Okay, practice together. Go. Na 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 na. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go. 하늘 그리고 바다 그 안에 봄은 모든 것 아침을 맞이한 볕이 등길 위에 두고 온 우리의 추억의 걸음을 노래하자 그날처럼 서로의 이름을 크게 부르던 그때처럼 아무도 모를 거야 이건 전부 우리 둘의 비밀 한 계절의 정확한 그 시간 속에 너와 나 우리만의 길 Are you ready? 2, 2, 3 나 나 나 나 나 나 나 나 나 나 나 나 모든 시간을 나름 눈에 담아 나누던 우리의 함께할 날들을 노래하자 그날처럼 서로의 이름을 크게 부르던 그때처럼 아무도 모를 거야 이건 전부 우리 둘의 비밀 한 계절의 정확한 그 시간 속에 너와 나 우리만의 길 Okay, together 하늘 그리고 바다 그
고생하셨는데 다들 노인네들이 앉아 계셔서 반응이. So, well, despite your hard work, unfortunately, we are all from older generation, so the response is not as much as you expected. Sorry about that. Thank you for your performance. Please give warm rounds of applause to them. So today, we are pleased to have Nam Jin, Director General at the Department of Central Asia and Northeast Asia. Actually, the lunch is provided by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'd like to invite him to the stage to give a short congratulatory speech for this forum. Please welcome him with a big applause.
Thank you. Actually, it is my great honor and pleasure to join at this luncheon today with Professor Kang and the President Kim Yeon-wook and others from 선배님들 and 기자님들 and my dear ambassadors from Uzbek and Tajik and other diplomats. 이것도 토스트. And as you know, my government put a very importance on the developing the relation with the Central Asian countries. Shortly after his inauguration, my President Lee Jae-myung held first round of phone call with all 5 Central Asian countries' presidents. And during those kind of conversations, my president expressed his enthusiasm and the commitment to cooperation with all 5 Central Asian countries. And also, the last of the more than 30 years, Korea developed cooperation with Central Asia across a wide range of fields like economy and development and culture and people-to-people exchange. And also, our government also played a very important leading role in establishing a framework for the multilateral cooperation with Central Asia. For example, 2007, the Korea and Central Asia established a kind of some platform for multilateral cooperation through the establishing a Central Asian Korea Cooperation Forum. That was a vice minister level, but up to now is upgraded to the ministerial level. Also now we are finally expecting the first ever historic summit with Central Asian countries this year, September 16 to 17. And also back-to-back this Central Asian summit, we are now preparing for the bilateral summit meeting with all Central Asian countries. This Central Asian summit and then the bilateral summit will play a very important role or a turning point for the cooperation with Central Asian countries. We are now preparing for tangible outcome to pave way for the institutionalize the high-level dialogue with Central Asian countries on a regular basis. But also, we are now come up with ideas how to develop long-term and sustainable framework for the people from Korea and Central Asia alike. For example, we are now preparing for 4 pillars. The first one is the high-level exchanges. Second one is a kind of some economic practical cooperation. And third is the people-to-people exchange. As you know, we have the wonderful community, Korea Saram in Central Asian countries. They played a very important bridging role between the 2 regions. So we hope the further expanding our cooperation with Central Asian countries. So in that regard, this forum is very important and very timely for talk about how to upgrade our cooperation with Central Asia. So we expect, we welcome the insights and the expertise from you. For we are now at the preparing for this very important summit. Thank you so much. And let me toast for the health and happiness of our this room. I please toast for the successful summit meeting upcoming September. Thank you. Cheers.
elements of public diplomacy of each country. But nevertheless, the public policies usually have some roles as an epistemological variables. For example, what happened in the former Soviet Union, the European Unions and European countries' public diplomacy towards former Soviet Union and relevant countries have worked because of those values and culture of those democracies have been spreading into those countries. So I think these kinds of processes and procedures of specific elements of public diplomacy still works. So I think this is something that we have to look at, especially these countries that each presenters are making presentations about have some specific forte and some positive and strong elements of those countries. Let me briefly introduce each presenter first. 6 presenters we have, but I think we'll have 3 presenters make presentation first and then have a short break and rest of 3 presenters do their works later on. First presenter, Eldar Aripov, who's now director of the Institute for Strategic and Regional Studies under the president of Uzbekistan. I asked him over the lunch that if he's a good friend of president. He denied it, but he said that he meets president every week. So I think he's very close to the president of Uzbekistan. Second presenter, Serzan Doğan, yes, who's now a communications counselor at the Turkish embassy in Korea. I think he will talk about the Turkey's public diplomacy. And third presenter is Farid Shafiev, who's now chairman of AIL Center of Azerbaijan. Fourth presenter is Kaka Gogolashvili, yes, who's now director of the Center of European Union Studies, HK+CIAS, in Georgia. Fourth presenter, Koichi Yonemura, who is now editor in foreign news at the Mainichi newspapers in Japan. Lastly, but not the least, Mr. Nishakant Ojha, who's now professor on practice at the Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University in India. So I'll give you for about 20 or 25 minutes. You have a lot of time, so don't worry about the time limit. First, Mr. Eldar Aripov. Yeah, floor is yours.
Dear Mr. Kim Hyun-wook, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scholars, first of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers for the invitation and for the possibility to speak today. And I will agree with chairperson regarding the notion of public diplomacy. For a long time, we really perceived it primarily as a governmental instrument of cultural presence. Concerts, exhibitions, exchange programs, and all of this, of course, is undoubtedly important. However, and it was mentioned by many speakers early in the morning, that the world has changed dramatically, and of course, public diplomacy has changed along with it. We are living in an era in which global trust is experiencing deep crisis, geopolitical confrontation is intensifying, international institutions, unfortunately, losing authority, and divisions, political, economic, civilizational, are becoming deeper and deeper. And under these circumstances, public diplomacy ceases to be merely the soft wrapping of state policy. It becomes a strategic resource and perhaps one of the few resources capable of functioning where official mechanisms fail. What does it mean in practice? It means a transition from monologue to dialogue, from tell others about yourself to listen to others. And this brings us to what I consider the central question of our session, where does the boundary lie between cultural diplomacy and public diplomacy in strategic dimension. And I'm absolutely convinced that this boundary lies where presentation ends and engagement begins, where it is no longer a state speaking to the people of another country, but rather peoples speaking to one another through science, youth exchanges, parliamentary contacts, and joint projects. So public diplomacy is not aimed at winning a competition for the audience sympathy. Rather, it seeks to build sustainable relationships based on mutual benefit and mutual respect. And now allow me to share how we understand these principles in Uzbekistan, in Central Asia, let's say, and how we seek to put them in practice. And first of all, let me remind you that just 10 years ago, Central Asia was quite different. During these 10 years, Central Asia went through the most actually profound transformations in the post-Soviet history. Just 10 years ago, Central Asia was quite unstable, was full of conflicts. Checkpoints on our borders were closed. Regional trade was practically frozen. There were even frequent armed confrontations along the borders, especially between Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. People were not able to visit their relatives, their friends, even cemeteries on the other side of the border. Today, this has changed completely. Cooperation and mutual trust have replaced confrontation. All disputes were resolved. Actually, regional trade is now booming and has increased 2 times during the last 8 years. Mutual investments increased by 5 times. And by the way, even during pandemia, checkpoints on our borders among Central Asian states remained open, and it was quite new symbol of collective resilience and mutual trust. And the main lesson from Central Asia is quite simple, but powerful. Peace became possible when pragmatism replaced ideology and cooperation replaced zero-sum thinking. What changed was not geography, but political thinking. First, there was, of course, clear political will at the highest level. Regional leaders made a deliberate choice to prioritize stability over confrontation. They accepted very simple rule that no country of Central Asia can develop sustainably at the expense of its neighbors. Second, pragmatism guided decision-making. Instead of postponing difficult issues. We address them directly, and through compromises, through dialogue, compromises were found, and even very difficult territorial disputes were resolved. And finally, very important thing, local communities and public diplomacy played a decisive role in all this process. Peace was not built not only in capitals or through agreements between governments. It was sustained by thousands of human connections. Academic exchanges, cultural initiatives, youth programs, tourism, and growing cross-border trades. These interactions helped overcome decades of mistrust, humanized relations across borders, and gradually transformed perceptions of neighboring countries from sources of concern into partners and stakeholders in common future. In Central Asia, the expansion of people-to-people contacts created constituencies with a direct interest in preserving stability and cooperation. Cross-border commerce revived, tourism increased, and local communities began to experience tangible benefits from regional openness. Peace ceased to be merely a political objective and became a shared public interest. And this is perhaps the most durable foundation of all. When ordinary people start benefiting from cooperation, they become its strongest advocates and guardians. That is how peace is not only achieved, but continuously reinforced and protected. Through public diplomacy contacts, through people-to-people contacts, local communities started to benefit from peace. And this became the main guarantor of peace sustainability. Allow me now to turn to the institutional dimension, because public diplomacy that extends beyond culture requires not only political will, but also concrete mechanisms. In Central Asia, such mechanisms are already in place and are operating systematically. Regular meetings of ministers, sectoral dialogues, economic forums, exhibitions have been launched. For example, in September last year, the third Interparliamentary Forum of Central Asian countries was held in Bishkek, where discussions focused on harmonizing legislation in the areas of trade, environmental protection, and security. The Forum of University Rectors and Forum of Historians and Regional Study Experts were established, and it provided good platform for academic exchanges. Particular attention should also be given to the media dimension. In the near future, the launch of international media platform, History and Culture of Central Asia, One Past and Shared Future, is planned. It is a very important initiative. We hope to launch it next year. And the main goal of this platform is to promote regional identity. It is very important for Central Asians to identify themselves not only as the citizens of Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, but also as representatives of the common Central Asian region. And finally, the Central Asian Youth Forum is no longer a one-time event, but a permanent platform where young people jointly shape the agenda and build the kind of horizontal trust that does not depend on diplomatic protocols. Dear colleagues, here in Seoul, it would be unfair not to speak also about Uzbek-Korean relationship. Uzbekistan and the Republic of Korea provide a compelling example of how public diplomacy and human connections become the foundation of a genuine strategic partnership. And, relations between our countries were elevated to the level of a special strategic partnership. And Ambassador of Uzbekistan already mentioned early in the morning that total amount of Korean investments in Uzbekistan reached almost $8 billion. The trade turnover is about $2 billion. Yet behind these figures lies something much deeper. Uzbekistan is home to the largest Korean diaspora among CIS countries, nearly 180,000 people. And this is not merely statistic, but rather living bridges between our two peoples, individuals who simultaneously carry and embody two cultures. Korean restaurants and cuisine, Korean television dramas and films have long become an organic part of the fabric of Uzbek society. For decades, the Korean community itself has remained an unofficial ambassador of Korean culture in our country. And I believe this is public diplomacy in the most natural form, when appreciation for the culture of another people emerges organically, without state propaganda, without state programs or budgets, and creates a sustainable emotional foundation for all subsequent cooperation. It is noteworthy that this interest has naturally evolved into a demand for knowledge. Today, the Korean language is taught at 9 universities and 24 schools across Uzbekistan. 4 branches of South Korean universities operate in the country and the Korean International University. And at the same time, Uzbek language departments have been established at universities in Busan and Daegu in the Republic of Korea, meaning that the interest is mutual, and this is fundamentally important. So Uzbek-Korean relations are living proof that public diplomacy does not merely complement official diplomacy, it precedes it. In conclusion, I would like to return to the theme of our forum, peace and prosperity through overcoming conflict. The Korean Peninsula is one of the most sensitive and at the same time one of the most important focal points of contemporary geopolitics. And it is precisely here that public diplomacy in its broadest sense can play a particularly important role, because both global experience and our own experience in Central Asia demonstrate that trust between people always precedes trust between states. Political agreements are important, but they are sustainable only when they rest upon genuine human connections, mutual understandings, and shared experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aripov. I'll ask you one question. You don't have to answer now. After all the presenters make presentations, and I give you a chance to answer my question. My question is that Central Asia seems very unique, according to your presentation, because countries there, despite the conflicts and animosity, they built mutual trust and economic ties, which came up with political will to cooperate and some concrete mechanism thereafter. Which seems very interesting, because what I think is that whenever there comes something among people to people cooperations and economic cooperations, whenever something happens in political terms, that all the cooperation achievements all break down. In Europe, in Asia, the same thing. For example, one of the examples is that Korea, Japan, China, we had made a lot of efforts to build cooperations in economic terms and people-to-people ties, and a lot of increase in tourism. But when some political issues broke up, For example, Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi is very anti-Chinese, and all the low-level cooperation's gone suddenly. But Central Asia case is very unique in the sense that has been built up into political level cooperations. So I'm just wondering what has been a specific example of those cooperations and that has led up to the political level cooperation. This is the same to European Union. When the European countries tried to integrate themselves, so they began with economic ties. European Coal and Steel Community, that's one of the big examples. But that was not achieved to the political level ultimately. The other solution for the political integration came with political leaders institutionalizing their meetings, right? So that's something very unique from my perspective, and that's the question I would like to give to you. Next, presenters, Serzan Doğan. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Hyunuk. Dear Professor Kang, Professor Jang, the organizing committee of the HK+ National Strategy Team and the Hankook University of Foreign Affairs, distinguished ambassadors, esteemed colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me today to speak in front of such an audience. Before I start, I would like to convey the regards by Dr. Oğuz Güner, Head of Public Diplomacy of Turkish Presidency's Directorate of Communications, who was initially planned here today to speak on this forum, yet he is unable to join due to pressing health concerns. So today I would like to begin conveying his speech with a simple but perhaps a little unsettling but equally striking questions. Can an unmanned aerial vehicle change a country's global image all by itself? For years, the literature on public diplomacy has suggested that a country can become attractive in the international arena through its culture, values, and historical narratives. This classical approach is undoubtedly valuable. However, in an increasingly turbulent and crisis-driven and competitive geopolitical environment of the 21st century, merely appearing appealing is no longer sufficient to create and sustain diplomatic influence for states. This is precisely where the central argument of my remarks lies today. In the case of Turkey, public diplomacy has moved beyond the boundaries of traditional cultural narratives. The capacity to provide security and produce high technology has emerged as the country's new and the most effective instrument of image projection. This classical concept of soft power, introduced to the literature by Joseph Nye, is based on the ability of a state to generate attraction through its culture, political values, and legitimate foreign policy. Korea's remarkable Hallyu, Korean wave, which has captivated audiences around the world, including the Turkish youth, through its popular culture, cinema, and music, is undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary and successful examples of this classical model of cultural attraction and soft power projection. In this traditional framework, attraction and persuasion take the center stage. However, today, we can see this framework has serious structural limitations. Soft power largely produces a passive form of appeal suited to times of peace. Yet, the new world order we have entered rests on a far harsher reality, one marked by relentless geopolitical competition where security crises and active conflicts have become the norm. In this crisis-driven environment, it is impossible for states to secure strategic weight and manage crisis merely by appearing culturally appealing. It is precisely this limitation that has led to the emergence of new concepts in the public diplomacy literature. Today, we are confronted with new paradigms such as hybrid power, in which cultural persuasion and deterrence are intertwined, or sharp power, which influences target audiences through asymmetric means, and tech diplomacy, through which states leverage their technological innovation capacity as a direct instrument of diplomatic influence. These new instruments empower states, particularly in times of crisis, so that they can transcend the limits of mere attractiveness by providing direct technological security to their allies and deterring their rivals through asymmetric measures. In short, they provide a tangible and rational form of power projection that changes the dynamics on the ground. When we examine this theoretical framework through the case of Turkey, we encounter a remarkable transformation. At the heart of this transformation lies, without a doubt, Turkey's high-technology defense industry. In particular, unmanned aerial vehicles such as the Bayraktar TB2 and Akıncı are not merely military assets. They are new generation diplomatic symbols that have entered global circulation. The effectiveness of these technologies in altering the dynamics on the ground in many regions and crisis areas has led to an unprecedented international media visibility. In military literature, the term combat proven has evolved into a significant global brand value for Turkey in the context of public diplomacy transcending national boundaries. This technological breakthrough served as a direct mechanism for shaping perceptions and dramatically altered Turkey's image in the target regions. Turkey is no longer merely a historical and cultural destination. It is now positioned as a game-changer actor capable of independently developing its advanced technology and disrupting the status quo during crisis. The geographical reflections of this new perception-building process are highly strategic. In Africa, Turkey's image, once shaped primarily by traditional humanitarian diplomacy, has evolved into that of a reliable and autonomous technology and security partner that strengthens states' counter-terrorism capabilities. In Africa, Turkey's image, once associated primarily with TICA's food assistance or hospital projects, is now being shaped across a vast arc extending from Burkina Faso to Somalia by Bayraktar's TB2s that deliver operational advantages against terrorist organizations. Turkey is now more than a humanitarian benefactor on the continent. It's an autonomous and reliable technology partner that strengthens states' capacity to combat terrorism. Also, Turkey's image in Eastern Europe has undergone a significant transformation, particularly due to the success of its unmanned combat aerial vehicles in shifting the battlefield balance in the war in Ukraine. Having proven its capabilities in times of crisis, Turkey has fundamentally reshaped the image by exporting fleet-level advanced technologies in key frontline NATO allies such as Poland and Romania. Turkey is no longer a distant barrier safeguarding the alliance's southern flank. It has emerged as a continental security provider, directly reinforcing Europe's eastern front against the Russian threats. In Central Asia, the nostalgic and emotional ties that for many years were built primarily on shared language and history have gradually given way to a rational form of integration manifested in concrete realities on the ground. Today, the foundation being laid for Anka unmanned aerial vehicle joint production facilities in Kazakhstan along with the Bayraktar TB2 military bases established in Kyrgyzstan, are the clearest evidence of this transformation. Turkey's image in the region has evolved from that of a cultural relative into that of a deterrent strategic ally that works side by side with states to build their national security capacities through technology transfer. At this point, three key analytical arguments drawn from Turkey's experience can be put forward for discussion as a contribution to the literature on international relations and public diplomacy. First, contrary to popular belief, hard power instruments can generate a significant soft power effect. Exported advanced military technologies are perceived in recipient societies not merely as mechanical tools, but also as symbols of prestige, unwavering trust, and strategic solidarity. For example, it is no coincidence that in recent years, ordinary citizens in Lithuania and Poland organized crowdfunding campaigns worth millions of euros to procure Turkish unmanned aerial vehicles for their countries, or that songs were composed in conflict zones in tribute to these systems. The transformation of military equipment into an object of such widespread civilian appeal is significant sociological indicator of the diplomatic sympathy generated through technology. Secondly, technology is not merely an engineering achievement, but a narrative generator in its own right. In the case of Turkey, defense industry experts convey powerful conceptual messages. What is being exported to the international community is not merely equipment, rather it is the vision of strategic independence and successful domestic production model in the face of monopolies and a resilient state capable of withstanding global shocks. Simply put, technology has become the global manifesto of a country's autonomous stance. Thirdly, and perhaps most critically, security communication is a novel and essential form of public diplomacy. In the modern world, states cannot be persuasive in times of crisis by simply telling the story of their historical cultures and values. Today, where conflicts and geopolitical ruptures have become the norm, the key issue is to demonstrate capability to allies. Exhibiting the power to alter the reality on the ground is not only an act of defense, but also the most rational and modern practice of diplomatic communication for persuading allies and the international public. As with any academic or analytical assessment, we must also have the courage to discuss the potential risks associated with this strategic transformation. An excessive shift in a country's international image and external visibility towards security, defense, and military technology naturally carries the risk of criticism regarding militarization. Such an extensive securitization of foreign policy and national image may over time overshadow the country's civilian appeal and inclusiveness of its traditional soft power. Achievements in traditional fields such as education, culture, and humanitarian aid falling behind technological arms exports may give rise to perceptual imbalance. This leaves us with a highly critical and fundamental question. Is this new image projection centered on technology and security a sustainable architecture for public diplomacy in the long term, or merely a temporary reflex triggered by contingent geopolitical crisis? In conclusion, Turkey's experience presents an entirely new hybrid and proactive model of what we may call post-cultural public diplomacy. What makes this model hybrid is that Turkey has not abandoned traditional instruments of soft power, such as humanitarian assistance, education, or cultural diplomacy. On the contrary, it is the unprecedented synthesis of civilian appeal with high technology and autonomous defense capabilities that makes it hybrid. This model's proactivity lies in the state's reflex to move beyond being merely an actor calling for restraint during crisis and to directly offer its allies the technological capabilities to alter the balance on the ground. The very essence of post-cultural public diplomacy lies precisely here, not settling for a passive appeal that merely recounts the legacy of the past, but rather becoming one of the founding actors of the international system through building the security architecture of tomorrow. As we navigate an increasingly challenging geopolitical century, the parameters of public diplomacy have been irreversibly transformed. Public diplomacy is no longer simply a sympathetic practice of storytelling, through which states communicate their values to others. Modern diplomatic communication is built upon the ability to demonstrate tangible power on the ground and through the display of autonomous capability, generate new trust-based meanings for one's allies. Turkey's technology-driven strategic projection is one of the clearest harbingers of this new era. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Serjan Doğan. It's a very interesting presentation. Turkey has begun to become a deterrent strategic ally as a NATO member. It wants to be more autonomous and self-fulfilling in the sense of security of its own country. Just explain to me, I'm not really fully conversant with the regional security situation. So when did that happen? What situation was the motive for Turkey to take that kinds of active, policy change in security policies? That's my first question. The second one is that I'm not really sure if this is a soft power-based public diplomacy. It seems like this is just a building up of hard power in military sense, which from the neighboring countries, Turkey is now perceived as a strong military security partner in this region. So I'm still not clear in what sense do you think this can be a very effective tool as a public diplomacy? That's my question. Thirdly, we have Mr. Farid Shafiev. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like also to express my appreciation to you, to all organizers, to Hankook University for this event. And let me tackle the issue of diplomacy a bit from the historical and geographic perspectives. I'm from Azerbaijan, so from the other side of the Caspian Sea. So, and speaking about this vast area, which academically sometimes called Eurasian space, some experts call it Caspian region. So that basically unites Central Asia, South Caucasus. And currently we are speaking about this region as a land between Asian powers and European powers. Whereas certain enduring features in this vast area, which I would call Caspian region, essential component of the Eurasian landmass. And first feature is the geopolitical competition. Historically, from the formation of some medieval states, region witnessed intense competition among neighboring empires and kingdoms. In 19th century, Central Asia became the arena of so-called great game, between the British and Russian empires. This web of political competition also facilitated extensive economic and cultural exchange. At the same time, these vast continental empires moved people across enormous distances. This brings us to the second defining feature of the region, migration. Present-day Hungary, India, Pakistan, Egypt, and many other countries far from the core of Eurasia continue to bear traces of these historical migrations. People originating from Eurasia established states and communities across Africa, Asia, and Europe, leaving a lasting imprint on global history. And I believe today, when we're speaking about the public diplomacy, this cultural and economic exchange which emerged from the medieval times still affects how states currently interact with each other. The third feature relates to roads, or in modern terminology, transport corridors. Goods, ideas, technologies, and cultures moved along the famous Silk Road for centuries. And today we're witnessing the rise of so-called Middle Corridor as a renewed bridge connecting East and West. And Middle Corridor is at least in my region, in the Caspian region and in my country, is the buzzword. And the Middle Corridor assumed especially significant weight in the light of two big wars which we can see on the perimeters of the Caspian region. First, Russian-Ukrainian war, and second, American-Iranian war. Though we today heard just some good news that the deal was agreed upon, still uncertainty remains, and what we see that the Middle Corridor, and when I'm speaking about corridor, it's not just the land route, it's also air traffic. By the way, the air traffic increased significantly through my country, through the Caspian region during the war, and still I think many people prefer this route. Myself, 2 years ago I went to Seoul through Doha, Qatar. Today, a few days ago, I picked up the Tashkent as a transit hub, and I'm going back through Almaty. So for both for safety reason and also for transport reason. So let me come to the point about Middle Corridor. What we see now began developing in the 90s. First, it was the European Union project called TRASECA, Transport Corridor Caucasus Central Asia. But unfortunately, European Union didn't have a consistent policy toward these transport and logistic potentials. And what we've seen lately, it was China Belt and Road Initiative, which I think they took more prominence in the view of, I would say, lack of initiative from the European countries. And then countries of the region itself became active, and I'm speaking about so-called Trans-Caspian international route, which 3 countries, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, my country, and Georgia, began developing along with Turkey. And currently, it's the cargo flow increased 5 times for the last 5 years. We also heard the news about new branch of this Central Asian transport corridor, which going from China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and construction already began, and we hope that this new branch will be extended also towards the Caspian Sea and Azerbaijan. And I'm speaking not only from the point of view of its selfish interest, but also from the point of view of commercial viability and the security because despite some good news on the situation around Iran, I think the geopolitical uncertainty remains in the near future. Anyway, I think the importance of this corridor, it is up to the commercial entities to appreciate it, because whatever political decision will be made by the governments, it will be upon business people to decide by which route to use, which route is more commercially viable, more safe, and cheaper. And despite some skepticism about Caspian route, middle corridor, the figures speak for themselves. The cargo flow increases. And when speaking about skepticism, some experts point to multimodality of this route. So you have to, if you send something across Central Asia, you have to unload cargo to cross Caspian Sea, then load back, etc. So of course it raises the cost of transport and also the time. But again, what we've seen that some experiments made by the countries to move cargo from China to Europe, the shortest time, 14 days. And again, since uncertainty around Russian-Ukrainian war continues, the Red Sea and that route also, up until recently, was quite, the situation was unstable. I believe that middle corridors represent certain niche. It cannot replace maritime routes. It cannot replace traditional routes. But it has a certain niche which it can utilize for the benefit of the countries. Again, it will be up to the business people to decide. But also what we see in recent years, it's not only the increased cargo flow between, let's say, Europe and China, Europe and other Asian countries. We see increased internal trade, for example, between Central Asia and the countries in the Caucasus, Azerbaijan and, for example, other Central Asian partners. Another important development we see in the region, in the South Caucasus, it is the so-called Trump route for international peace and prosperity. With all sometimes media criticism about Donald Trump policy, but the injection of Trump administration into peace process between Armenia and Azerbaijan had indeed positive effect. And the Armenian and Azerbaijan leaders signed last August in Washington agreement, initial peace treaty. I will come to that point. But also United States pledged to build a corridor between Azerbaijan and its exclave Nakhchivan through Armenian territory. And that small route, 42 kilometers, can also be an important link between Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Turkey. And hopefully the peace process, which began last year, will be continued. We had some good news about the also elections in Armenia, which happened a week ago on June 7th. So that overall development, along with the TRIP, Trump route for peace and prosperity, might bring another web of connectivity to the South Caucasus. As I would like also to move to another important areas of cooperation. It's the multilateralism and regional platforms. Azerbaijan's foreign policy is guided by a vision of regional connectivity, strategic cooperation, and economic integration. We are speaking, and I would like to focus on two organizations right now. One is the C6 framework, and another in the Organization of Turkic States. So what is the C6 framework? As you know, and today it was mentioned that in Korea will be the summit of the Central Asian states and plus Korea. Last year in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan joined C5 platform, turning C5 into C6. So that is the natural geography of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan united with Central Asia historically, religiously, linguistically, and culturally. And today we see economic development between Azerbaijan and 5 Central Asian states in different areas. And by the way, tomorrow, also in Uzbekistan, there is a big conference on investment, and Prime Minister of Azerbaijan will be attending this conference. So, a key objective of the C6 initiative is the enhancement of transport and transit links. Azerbaijan's maritime capabilities on the Caspian Sea, combined with the extensive railway, port, and logistic infrastructure, provided landlocked Central Asian states with diversified access to international markets. For the Middle Corridor, countries of the region can strengthen trade connection with Turkey, Europe, the Black Sea Basin, and the Mediterranean, reducing dependence on traditional transit routes and creating new opportunities for economic growth. The sixth framework also reflects a broader transformation in regional energy cooperation. While hydrocarbon resources remain important, cooperation is increasingly focused on sustainable energy development and green transition initiative. A notable example is the trilateral agreement signed in January 2025 by Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan, which aims to advance renewable energy cooperation, facilitate the transmission of green electricity, expand solar and wind energy capacity. As you know, Azerbaijan delivering traditional energy resources, oil and gas, oil to international markets through Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline, and now Azerbaijan delivering gas to 10 European Union countries through the so-called Southern Gas Corridors. And we're also delivering gas to non-EU countries in the Balkans like Serbia, Albania. Though the amount of gas delivery of Azerbaijan is small, we cannot compare to big suppliers like it was Russia or some other countries. But Azerbaijani gas is very essential for individual European markets. Like for Bulgaria, it's almost 50%. For Italy, if I'm not mistaken, about 20-25%, which in the time of crisis, this amount of energy supply makes important addition. But speaking about renewables, the memorandum we signed with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, potential is to deliver those renewables to European markets through Black Sea cable. We signed another memorandum with Georgia, Hungary, and Romania. So when we're speaking about this westward connection, surely potential exists for eastward. Already some countries of Central Asia delivers gas and other energy sources to Asian markets. I think this potential also exists for countries not only to tap those resources, but also to invest. And my colleague, the representative of Embassy of Azerbaijan, First Secretary Ugar Gafarov, spoke about Korean-Azerbaijani cooperation. I don't want to repeat major points, but I think potential exists for a more robust cooperation between our countries, and probably we need more robust vision from Korean side, because Azerbaijan is ready to expand engagement. Also, I would like to mention about another important platform, Organization of Turkic States. Basically, all Central Asian states except Tajikistan, a Turkish-speaking country. And we believe in the importance of public diplomacy among Turkic states. We believe in the importance of cultural and economic cooperation, but also we believe in the importance of the security cooperation in view of the uncertain situation and geopolitical struggle on the perimeters of the Caspian Sea in the north and the south, as I mentioned. The cooperation among Turkic states in the field of the defense industry, in the fields of the security, can be important addition for our areas. And let me turn now to the peace in the South Caucasus. I mentioned briefly, we believe in importance of the principle of territorial integrity, sovereignty. That was Azerbaijan was the main advocate of this principle in the South Caucasus. Unfortunately, for 30 years, it was ignored. The United Nations Security Council supported Azerbaijan's territorial integrity, but only in 2020 Azerbaijan was able to restore its territorial integrity and sovereignty. And I wish the third country of the South Caucasus, Georgia, will do the same in the future. But what is emerging right now, it's the both peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan and also peace and cooperation between free South Caucasian states. To finalize peace, we need Armenia to adopt relevant changes into constitution, because Armenian constitution has a reference to Azerbaijan's territory, namely to Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, and we believe for the long-term peace, we cannot depend on the vision of one person, for example, the current Prime Minister of Armenia, Pashinyan. We need a legal framework, proper legal framework. For that reason, we expect that the Armenian government will move towards the constitutional, the change of constitution. Whether it will be done through referendum or through other means, it's up to the Armenian side to decide. But after that, I believe we can finally sign peace treaty, and also along with that, we believe that we should implement TRIP, the corridor between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We have some other development between our two countries, including track to diplomacy, because the topics of our discussion is the public diplomacy, and already expert community, the representative of non-governmental organizations began meeting directly in third countries, but also in Armenia and Azerbaijan. I think this is something important, and all actors, I mean the international actors, are welcome to contribute to the peace in the South Caucasus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shafiev. I have a question for you. In establishing corridor, middle corridor, another corridor, some countries that's relevant to the corridor. In case of middle corridor, you mentioned the Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. Were there any political hurdles? Were no hurdles at all? Because if there were, how could you guys, countries, overcome that? Because in case of South Korea, one of the ideal scenario that some people in South Korea have is we can build some railroad starting from South Korea, passing North Korea, China, and going to Europe, which looks very ideal and would not be achieved at all because of all the differences in political systems and ideologies and antagonism we have against North Korea. So were there any political hurdles in building that? So I have 3 questions for each presenters. So after hearing your answers, maybe I'll have a short break. Thank you.
Yeah, you raised a very interesting question regarding whether political crisis could provoke another conflict in Central Asia. What I would like to mention again, that for almost 25 years, peoples in Central Asia suffered a lot of unresolved disputes in Central Asia. Just one example, for 25 years, we didn't have a direct flight between Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, very close neighbors. And I remember times when, in order to participate in the conference in Dushanbe, we took flights to Istanbul and then from Istanbul flight to Dushanbe. Again, for the friends, for the relatives, it was difficult even to visit graves on the other side of the border. And from this point of view, you should understand that there was a huge public demand for change, for peace. And to be frank, the first leader who really understood this was President of Uzbekistan, who initiated this process. And then this process was fully supported, widely supported by all other leaders of Central Asia. And because of this public demand, it was so easy for political leaders to find compromises. It's also was very decisive factor. Another issue which I would like to mention, that we have established quite good and effective mechanism of cooperation right now. On the level of the presidents, they meet regularly in the format of consultative meetings together with Azerbaijan right now, on the level of the ministers, on the level of different working groups. So I believe this kind of mechanism will help to prevent such kind of conflicts and will sustain the dialogue, at least in times of in other crises. And another example is, of course, what we see right now is the growing interconnectedness among the economies of Central Asia. The biggest dispute for us was water distribution. Water is the biggest challenge for Central Asia, and actually 80% of all water resources in Central Asia are being formed in upper stream states, in Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. But for example, the main consumption of these water resources in Uzbekistan, because 50% of the population of Central Asia live in Uzbekistan, and we need water resources for agriculture. Upper stream states need to produce electricity, so they want to release water during winter. We do not water during the winter season, it damages our fields. We need water during summer in order to irrigate our crop. So what kind of compromises was found? For example, we buy gas from Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, produce from this gas electricity, and sell this electricity during the winter to Kyrgyzstan. In response, Kyrgyzstan does not release water during the winter season. It's allocate water, and we use this water for irrigational needs during the summer. So we were able to find such kind of solutions of very difficult issues. And I believe all this will guarantee that we would be able to prevent further conflicts in the region.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah.
Yes. No, in terms of any hurdles, political hurdles between the countries you mentioned, no, we have really good relationship, very close relationship, not just good, but very close relationship. Kazakhstan across Caspian Sea were united through the web of, again, which I mentioned, historical, linguistic, religious, and other connections. Georgia, our strategic partners, we already implemented mega projects like Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan, Baku-Tbilisi-Kars Railway. Also with Turkey, the country which we're speaking almost the same language, and it's our military ally. So no, we never faced, and I hope that not only these countries, but as I mentioned, that the another branch is emerging in Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and hopefully to Turkmenistan. And there is no, now, as Mr. Aripov mentioned, there was some attention between those countries maybe 5-10 years ago, but no longer. What, though, in terms of hurdles, the multimodality, Caspian Sea, also there is effect of whether it's climate change or historical cycles, the level of Caspian Sea goes down. This is quite alarming, and that requires additional investment. So when we're speaking about hurdles, mostly it's the economic of nature, more investment. We've heard that the European Union pledged $12 billion to Central Asian countries for so-called Global Gateway Program. Again, sounds a bit critical of the European Union, but sometimes we see many words, but no action, no practical steps. Hopefully that won't be the case this time. So to conclude, yeah, we don't have any political hurdles, but the need for investment and more economic interaction.
Thank you very much for your questions. Regarding your first question as to why Turkey felt the need to develop defense capabilities, national defense capabilities, if I understood correctly. So when we look at the last quarter century, more than 25 years, the region that Turkey is located in is faced with constant crisis, conflicts, and even wars. So today, if you look to the south, east, or north of Turkey, we have Iran war. We had this 15 years of civil war in Syria, and is still trying to recover. And to the north, we have Ukraine war. So under such circumstances, Turkey feels the need to rely on its domestic and national capabilities for its defense needs. Of course, we are a NATO member, and we contribute to the NATO budget and to the NATO operations in a great deal. Yet, we feel the need that we have to rely on domestic capabilities. We have the educated manpower, we have the technological infrastructure and necessary doctrine. So this is actually what it feels normal to develop such capability. As to your second question, how does hard power convert into soft power? So this is how we can conceptualize it, because we think it contributes, we believe it contributes to the country image of a dependable strategic partner. So we have the technology, we have the means and of this drone technology. It is combat proven, it is effective, it is cost effective, and it produces tangible and concrete results on the battlefield. And our policy about this drone technology is that we can produce this together with like-minded countries, our allies, our friends. So we can have joint production and we can have a technology transfer. So we are an equal and dependable partner to these countries in producing and sharing this technology. So this, we believe, contributes to the country image. And also drone technology is also effective in touching civilian lives through, for example, search and rescue efforts and in agriculture, for example. So as a diplomat, this is what I can answer to these questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience? Yes, thank you. Give microphone to her, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear speakers, for your presentations. And I got a question to the representatives of Caspian states. My name is Maria Stepanova. I'm working in Almaty focusing on energy transition and energy efficiency. Yes. Experts say that Caspian is under risk of climate threat, yes, because the level of water is going down. And all the Caspian countries are planning more and more cargo and transport and corridors and green energy and everything. So what are the focus, how to tackle with it?
Maybe no more questions. Thank you.
Yes, the Caspian Sea is going down. Some experts connect it with the current climate change, though what we know from the historical archives, the Caspian Sea is, previously also went down and went up. Even during my lifetime, I remember in the 70s, 80s, Caspian Sea went down, but then in 90s it went up. So we don't know, though some says that Russia now using a lot of water on Volga River for irrigation. That's another cause of, it's the mostly man-made the problem. In terms of now the corridor, two countries affected primarily Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, Port Baku and Port Aktau in Kazakhstan. So the Azerbaijan side already began investing to make the port deeper water, as condition for to tackle this. But of course, it needs more investment. And the same on the Kazakhstani side. Of course, we cannot predict how much the water will go down. But again, there is some historical estimates. But hopefully we won't see disaster like around the Aral Sea, because which affected Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan greatly, and it has not recovered. That's the problem. With Caspian Sea, we've seen and we have some hopes that at certain point it will stop. So the answer: more money, more investment.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we'll have a short break. Why don't we have 30 minutes too long? So maybe you can have 20-minute break and resume the... Huh? Oh, you want to have a shorter? We can begin at 3:10. 3:10, would that be fine? Yeah, let's resume the next session at 3:10. Thank you so much. presenter is Mr. Kaka Gogolashvili. Thank you.
I have a presentation. Or remote control, yeah. Very good. Yes. Hello. Thank you very much to all of you for from Korean hosts, first of all, for inviting me to this excellent conference, and all of you for participating and listening each other and discussing. My presentation is about Georgia, which stands between Europe and Asia, and about public diplomacy, which is, to my view, also partly very much related with this strategic bridge which arises between Europe and Asia and goes through Georgia as well. So Georgia is at crossroads of Europe and Asia. You see on the map here, between Caspian and Black Sea, which is exactly the border between Europe and Asia, is situated Georgia. And this bridge is becoming more and more important every day and every year. Actually, we can call it strategic corridor that for centuries connected civilizations, trade routes, religions, cultures, and political systems. Historically, this space actually served not only as a bridge between East and West, bridge in positive sense, but also as an area where empires, identities, and geopolitical interests continuously interacted. And the processes unfolding along this corridor were not always driven by peace and cooperation. Even today, parts of the wider Black Sea and Caspian region, including the South Caucasus, continue to face interstate and intrastate tensions, unresolved conflicts, and competing geopolitical visions. At the same time, the history of this corridor teaches an important lesson. Sustainable development, connectivity, and prosperity are difficult to achieve without dialogue, without diplomacy, and mutual understanding among the actors involved. Peaceful cooperation requires not only political will, but also a realistic understanding of the interests, security concerns, the strategic priorities of all participating countries. In this context, public diplomacy becomes especially important, helping to promote trust, reduce misunderstanding, and encourage dialogue and compromise among societies and political actors. The role of major powers is also critically important in our region especially. In the contemporary world, external actors should move beyond traditional approaches based on domination. Spheres of influence, or exclusionary geopolitical competition. Instead, large powers should contribute as stabilizing and constructive participants supporting peace, connectivity, economic cooperation, and regional development. At the same time, countries located within this strategic corridor, especially small and medium-sized states, should not be treated merely as objects of geopolitical competition. Their interests, sovereignty, security concerns, and development priorities must remain an integral part of regional cooperation frameworks and international initiatives. The future stability of the wider Europe-Asia connectivity space will depend not only on cooperation among regional states, but also on the ability of major powers to pursue pragmatic, cooperative, and non-discriminatory relations. While larger actors naturally possess greater resources, long-term stability can emerge only through inclusive cooperation based on mutual respect and shared benefits rather than exclusion or domination. For countries such as Georgia, diplomacy therefore carries a dual responsibility, strengthening cooperation among regional actors while encouraging constructive engagement between small states and major powers in pursuit of peace, connectivity, and common prosperity. The dissolution of the Soviet Union fundamentally transformed the geopolitical landscape of the, I think we can move. These are, talking about corridor connectivity, which is now under question, and not under question, but under development, and which creates opportunities for this region, requires trust, stability, and cooperation between all parties involved that I just mentioned. The dissolution of the Soviet Union fundamentally transformed the geopolitical landscape of the wider Eurasian region. The independence of the South Caucasus and Central Asian states opened previously closed political, economic, and connectivity spaces to broader international engagement and cooperation. If you see the maps which geopolitical scientists developed in the beginning of the century, 20th century, and later, even in 40s, in 50s of the last century, you could see that all this area, like Central Asia and South Caucasus, were included in so-called heartland area and closed from the relations, interaction with the so-called maritime world, if we talk with the established geopolitical notions. And if you see the later maps, then now you can see that these areas have become like bridges, so interacting with both, with continental powers of Asia and with maritime powers of Europe or any other space around. The independence of the South Caucasus and Central Asia states opened previously closed political, economic, and connectivity space to broader international engagement and cooperation. This creates opportunities. This creates opportunities for new opportunities for reconnecting Europe and Asia through transport, energy, trade, and communication corridors, which my colleague from Azerbaijan was talking about, crossing the Black Sea and South Caucasus, the Caspian Sea, and the Central Asia. Among the first international actors to approach this development strategically was the European Union. And I remember myself, as I served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how European Union projects first started developing this potential or realizing potential of this Euro-Asia corridor. There were two important projects, Traseka and Innovate, which European Union started in early 90s. And also European Union established so-called Energy Charter Treaty. All countries of the region, Black Sea and Caspian Sea region countries, Central Asia, South Caucasus, and even other Black Sea countries, including Ukraine and Eastern European countries, they signed this treaty in order to regulate the transportation, free transit of energy resources through this region. This was, I think, very important project because WTO usually was not efficient in order to provide this trade regime of free transit through, or to support or to monitor even this free transit of energy resources. And that was very important, I think. But not only European Union, United States also contributed a lot politically in the development of this East-West energy corridor. And this was Western, I would say, Western projects. But later, China has become also very interested in this. This is very positive, actually, that China developed its Belt and Road Initiative that covered many directions, going from China to Europe, to Africa, to other countries. But one of important direction was the terrestrial corridors from China to Europe, and they had different branches. And the branch which goes now, according to Chinese project, which goes now through the South Caucasus, is so-called Middle Corridor. It appears that, of course, the Northern Corridor, which goes through Kazakhstan, China, Kazakhstan, and then Russia, it is with stronger capacity at this moment. It carries more cargoes and a little bit faster than Middle Corridor. But Middle Corridor appears more stable in terms of relations between countries and in terms of stability and security of transportation as well. We now see that because of this Russian conflict in Ukraine, the Northern Corridor has become quite risky to use. So this corridor, which I'm talking about, Middle Corridor, practically is not serving only for development of trans-European transport network, but trans-Europe-Asia transport network, but also for any kind of connectivity. And also the new projects related to energy transfers through the Black Sea, from Azerbaijan to West. It goes through Georgia as well. Many other projects related to oil, gas, and communication lines, and internet, etc. This region is very important in this regard. Recent geopolitical developments also create new possibilities for regional transformation. The ongoing reconciliation between Armenia and Azerbaijan may contribute to the opening of additional transportation and communication routes across the South Caucasus, further diversifying regional connectivity and strengthening economic interdependence. I think that one thing is that the peace is very important for the region, and the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict was, of course, very big negatively attracting, negative attraction for the region, for investments, for different type of projects, interstate borders, etc. So this problem resolved is very important for Georgia as well, despite the fact that, of course, Georgia loses its exclusivity on being transit country between Europe and Asia, but it gains much more because of the stability of the region and because the region becomes more attractive. In this context, the South Caucasus increasingly represents not merely a transit region, but an emerging strategic space where Europe, Asia, and major global actors interact economically, politically, and diplomatically. The future success This about Georgia, what I just was talking that Georgia represents, of course, the possibility for transit routes, but it represents also a possibility for European aspirations, which comes the democracy building, of course, the initiatives, deep historical links with Asia, having deep historical links with Asia, and multicultural experience. Also dialogue-oriented diplomacy. That's what Georgia can explore and can use in this. And Georgia can contribute not only to transit, but also to communication and understanding between all nations in this region. I think, yes, the future success of this connectivity architecture will depend on whether regional and global actors are able to transform geopolitical competition into cooperative and mutually beneficial engagement. Is public, I think there was already mentioned that public diplomacy doesn't go only through traditional soft power. And it was a very interesting debate regarding the military strength of Turkey, very interesting question. If it can be used as a public diplomacy also tool, even military development, because attraction of the countries is not only soft power, but also the security potential to provide security, And public diplomacy goes beyond traditional soft power, which was based before on cultural cooperation and cultural mutual understanding and dialogue between cultures, etc. Traditionally, public diplomacy was associated with cultural promotion, educational exchange, tourism, and international image building. Today, however, it is increasingly extends far beyond culture alone. In a world marked by geopolitical fragmentation, information warfare, disinformation, and declining trust between societies, public diplomacy is becoming an important instrument for building strategic trust, supporting dialogue, and strengthening international cooperation. This transformation is especially important in regions located at geopolitical crossroads, and such as South Caucasus and the wider Europe-Asia corridor, where political, economic, and security interests intersect simultaneously. Sustainable cooperation in such regions cannot rely only on infrastructure or trade agreements. It also requires mutual confidence among societies, political elites, business actors, and international partners. Modern public diplomacy therefore includes strategic communication, academic and expert dialogue, digital diplomacy, civil society interaction, and long-term trust-building mechanisms. Dialogue in mechanisms. Yes, in this context, economic corridors also require that may be called trust corridors. Frameworks of dialogue and mutual understanding capable of supporting peaceful cooperation among states with different historical experiences and geopolitical orientations. At the same time, public diplomacy should not become an instrument of manipulation or geopolitical exclusion. Its constructive role lies in encouraging inclusive dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperative engagement among both regional and global actors. For countries such as Georgia, public diplomacy carries an additional responsibility. Georgia's historical experience of coexistence and interaction between different civilizations creates opportunities not only to participate in regional cooperation, but also to contribute actively to dialogue-oriented and connectivity-based international relations. Ultimately, successful public diplomacy today depends less on the ability to dominate narratives and more on the capacity to generate credibility, trust, openness, and constructive engagement across political and cultural boundaries. Now, a little bit, a few words about European integration. Yes, European integration serves, for Georgia at least, for Georgian citizens who are, Georgia became candidate country 2 years ago, as you know, and majority of Georgia citizens, they are in favor of joining European Union. So far, European integration serves as a kind of model for us, for diplomacy, for cooperation, and for connect our interests to each other. For Georgia, European integration represents not only a foreign policy orientation, but also a broader strategic vision connected to peace, institutional development, democratic governance, economic modernization, and cooperation, cooperative regional relations. The European Union itself emerged from one of the most conflict-prone historical environments in the modern world. Not only modern, but historically, most wars in the world happened in the European continent. Actually, they say statistically, this was the continent full of rivalries. After centuries of wars, rivalries, territorial disputes, and destructive confrontations, European states gradually developed mechanisms of cooperation capable of transforming historical antagonism into long-term interdependence and institutionalized partnership. In this sense, the European integration project demonstrated that sustainable peace can be strengthened not only through military deterrence or balance of power arrangements, but also through economic interdependence, shared institutions, legal frameworks, and continuous political dialogue. Over time, the European Union evolved into one of the most advanced examples of supranational cooperation in contemporary international relations, while preserving national sovereignty and cultural diversity. EU member states simultaneously developed common mechanisms for economic cooperation, regulatory harmonization, infrastructure development, mobility, political consultation, and collective decision-making. The experience became increasingly important, not only for Europe itself, but also for neighboring countries. We know the phenomena, how actually Europeanization covers whole European region now, beyond the European Union. The Central and Eastern Europe part became already the part of European Union, and Southeast Europe, like the Balkan states, they are also candidate countries there. But this is not only about joining European Union, but transforming themselves, that becoming the same, taking the same type of model like European Union has in these regards. A model of peaceful cooperation among states, a rules-based institutional environment, a framework for economic and infrastructural integration, and a space where small and medium-sized countries can participate in collective processes with equality, greater predictability, and legal protection. The EU engagement in the wider Black Sea region, Eastern Partnership area, and South Caucasus has therefore carried significance beyond purely economic cooperation. Through infrastructure initiatives, regulatory cooperation, educational exchange, institutional support, and connectivity programs, the European Union contributed to the development of broader spaces of interaction and interdependence across the Europe-Asia corridor. I would like to mention also one important project, this Trans-European Networks, which is a very big project and financed heavily by European Union. It connects all European member states, and EIB also, European Investment Bank, is actively involved in it. Connects all European member states, but some 10 or a little bit more years ago, they started development projects with outside of Europe. And they coming to our region as well, I mean, Black Sea Caspian region. Out of 10 trans-European corridors, which is railway and highway corridors, 4 already reached the Black Sea, and they're trying to connect these corridors with Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and further Central Asia. And this is very important, I think, to connect for Asian countries, for European countries. In the same time, the contemporary international environment presents growing challenges to cooperative regional orders. Geopolitical polarization, military conflicts, economic fragmentation, energy insecurity, and strategic competition increasingly affects both Europe and the wider Eurasian space. Precisely because of these challenges, the experience of European integration remains highly relevant. It demonstrates that even historically divided regions can gradually develop cooperative mechanisms capable of reducing confrontation and creating shared interests among states with different historical experience and political priorities. For Georgia, integration with European economic and institutional frameworks therefore represents both a national strategic choice and part of broader vision of peaceful connectivity between Europe and Asia. I think we go to challenges. Challenges to the connectivity of international environment. Despite the significant opportunities created by extending Europe-Asia connectivity, the contemporary international environment is increasingly characterized by geopolitical fragmentation, strategic rivalry, economic uncertainty, and growing competition among major powers. Transportation routes, energy supplies, digital infrastructure, logistics chains, and even information spaces are increasingly viewed through the prism of geopolitical influence and strategic competition. As a result, connectivity corridors generate not only cooperation, but also another side of this negative side of all of this, but also new forms of vulnerability. The wider Black Sea region, the South Caucasus, and parts of the post-Soviet space remain particularly sensitive to these dynamics. Interstate conflicts, unresolved territorial disputes, external political pressures, military confrontations, and competing geopolitical projects continue to affect regional stability and development prospects. At the same time, disinformation campaigns and polarized narratives increasingly influence public perceptions and political decision-making processes. Connectivity projects themselves may therefore become objects of geopolitical contestation rather than instruments of cooperation. For countries located along strategic corridors like Georgia, maintaining balanced and pragmatic foreign relations becomes increasingly difficult. Smaller states often face pressure to align exclusively with competing geopolitical centers instead of participating in broader frameworks of inclusive cooperation. At the same time, major powers bear increasing responsibility for preserving international stability. Attempts to establish exclusive spheres of influence or to marginalize the smaller states often produce mistrust and long-term instability. Under such conditions, diplomacy, public communication, and multilateral engagement acquire renewed strategic importance. Constructive public diplomacy may help counteract polarization by encouraging dialogue-oriented narratives, strengthening communication between societies, and supporting cooperation based on mutual respect rather than confrontation. The experience of recent decades demonstrates that sustainable connectivity cannot rely solely on economic logic. Even beneficial infrastructure and trade projects remain vulnerable where political trust collapses or geopolitical confrontation intensifies. Therefore, the future of the Europe-Asia connectivity space will depend not only on technological or financial capacity, but also on whether states and international actors are able to preserve strategic rationality, diplomatic responsibility, and cooperative vision with an increasingly complex international environment. And if I have time, just a few words about in conclusion. Yeah. In conclusion, just 3 minutes, and I will. I know this. I took a lot of time, so maybe I have here. Yeah, it's actually here as well. Yeah. The Europe and Asia connectivity space is becoming one of the key geopolitical and economic transformation zones of emerging international order. This is one. Second, that the growing interaction between Europe, the Black Sea, the South Caucasus, Central Asia, and broader Asia creates important opportunities for economic development, infrastructure modernization, energy cooperation, and political interaction. At the same time, this interconnected space remains exposed to geopolitical competition, unresolved conflicts, and strategic mistrust. Sustainable connectivity requires not only infrastructure, but also diplomatic dialogue, institutional cooperation, strategic patience, and mutual respect among states and societies. Public diplomacy today extends far beyond traditional cultural promotion. It increasingly serves as a mechanism for building trust, reducing fragmentation, and strengthening long-term cooperation. Countries located on geopolitical crossroads, such as Georgia, carry a special responsibility in promoting dialogue, connectivity, and peaceful engagement between different political and cultural spaces. Georgia seeks to contribute to a regional order based not on exclusion or domination, but on cooperation, openness, interdependence, and peaceful interaction between Europe and Asia. The future stability of the wider corridor will depend not only on regional countries themselves, but also on the ability of major powers to pursue cooperative, inclusive, and responsible policies. And finally, public diplomacy beyond culture should become a strategic instrument for supporting peaceful connectivity, responsible cooperation, and dialogue in an increasingly interdependent but fragmented international environment. Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Gogolashvili. Just to ask you a quick question. I'm not an expert on Georgia, so correct me if I'm wrong. But my perception or some images I have about Georgia is kind of ambiguous. It seems like, according to your presentation, Georgia is trying to have more connectivity with Europe, and also some, bad luck of a lot of corridors linking Europe and Asia. So it seems like it's pretty much leaning towards Europe trying to be a member of the European Union, but I think there are still some major amount of Russia's influence within Georgia. So my question is, what do you think is the image of Georgia? That's my first question. And those, Georgia's public diplomacy to be within the networks, trans-European networks, and a lot of corridors are there linking Europe and Asia. Would these kinds of diplomacies of Georgia, I'm just wondering if those diplomacy might bring Russia, influence, more into Georgia. You know what I'm saying? I mean, would Russia not be concerned about Georgia trying to be more deepened into European connectivity? So that's my question. Yeah. Next, Mr. Koichi Yonemura. Thank you.
PowerPoint 나와요? Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Koichi Yonemura, and I'm a newspaper reporter. So my take is not so academic. It's more like on the ground reporting. And from my title, I think I don't have to explain who Elon Musk is. And some may ask that which Pandora's box, because Elon Musk opened so many Pandora's box. So my point is I'd like to talk about social media, especially on X, formerly known as Twitter. And by the way, as a reporter, I've been covering East Asia for 20 years, Korean Peninsula and China. And as Sojan-nim pointed out, Japan, South Korea, China relationship, if we can cooperate smoothly, it will help, not only this region, but all over the world. But there are, of course, there are many points of antagonism between these countries, including historical issues between Japan and neighboring country. And so public sentiment is complex. And having said that, today I'd like to discuss how the combination of social media and AI is showing signs of new kind of conflict, and why we need to keep a close eye on this situation to ensure stability in East Asia. And among social media platforms, X has a high penetration rate in Japan, and X has approximately 70 million active users in Japan, which means 60% of the total population of 120 million uses it. So in terms of active users, Japan ranks second only to the United States. And considering that of South Korea has approximately 10 million users, representing 20% of its population. So 60% and 20%. So you can see the popularity in Japan is striking. And furthermore, according to X-Product Manager, Japanese users spend the most time on X globally, more than 8 hours per month. And in late March, some of you already noticed that late March of this year, X launched a full-scale AI-powered automatic translation, and posts are now translated automatically without users pressing any button. So Japanese posts can be translated into many languages and shown to users around the world through X algorithm. And because of this AI-powered automatic translation, recently we call it American barbecue incident, happened in Japan. And one manga artist in Nagasaki posted a drawing of US soldiers cooking bacon and wrote that he often saw American soldiers happily eating in local restaurant in Nagasaki, which has a US naval base there. And the post was automatically translated into English and received 25 million viewers. And as you know, X, you can quote someone's post and put your comment on that. So someone put comment that I want to join an American barbecue party someday in Japanese. Then it translated it in English and received 46 million views. And what happened next was remarkable. Large numbers of Americans responded by posting photos of local barbecue restaurants, homemade smoked meat, and backyard grilling parties. Look at those kind of posting was, so many of them appeared in X. And as a result, it was happened in late March, and at the weekend of the next weekend, the American-style barbecue restaurant in Tokyo and Osaka became fully booked because of this incident. And also, similar interactions are also taking place between Koreans and Japanese. One Japanese said, "Hey, Koreans, I love that seaweed paste that's sold in Japan as Kankok nori." Kankok nori means Korean seaweed paste. And then it was, how can I say, it garnered 31 million impressions. And it was followed by similar things happened, followed by a flood of replies from Koreans introducing their own favorites or local specialty seaweeds. So this is kind of a friendly interactions, but of course, there are also concerns. We all know that social media can create friendly exchanges, but it can also create conflict. So one of the typical headaches of the Japanese government and the general public or intellectual is the existence of historical revisionists. And in early April, one Japanese comment stating that, well, this morning my daughter learned about the Nanjing massacre, which happened in China. So I was astonished because it didn't happen. So now I have to tell her that that is wrong and it never happened. And this comment was viewed by 12 million people, and mostly who rebutted to this comment was mostly in English or Chinese. And by the way, for your information, that the Japanese government's official position about Nanjing massacre is that the occurrence of massacre and looting in Nanjing cannot be denied. And although there is a debate regarding the number of victims, no mainstream scholar denies that at least tens of thousands of people were killed there. So, this is about what I picked up is the article of Chinese media they reported about that comment and that incident. So I think many people who are involved in Japan's public diplomacy still do not appear to fully recognize the reputational risks created by machine translation and globalized social media communication. And also it's not related to AI translation, but there have been previous instances where posts on X by high-ranking government officials have had a significant impact on diplomatic relations. And most recently, in November of last year, China's Consul General in Osaka posted on X regarding Japan's Prime Minister Takaichi's parliamentary remarks on Taiwan contingency issues. And this Consul General posted in Japanese that he was very angry at the remarks of Prime Minister Takaichi and stated that we have no choice but cut off the filthy head without a moment of hesitation. And of course, it was circulated in Japanese X timelines, and so the Japanese government didn't have a choice to formally choice. So they formally protested the statement to the Chinese government. But bit complicated, but from China's perspective, they were already angry about the Prime Minister Takaichi's statement, and while they were angry, Japanese government protested about this comment by Consul General. So from many China experts in Japan's point of view, and I agree with that this posting definitely affects the way of thinking of Chairman Xi Jinping in China, and it became one factor contributing to the continuing deterioration of Japan-China relations. So I think taking all of these developments into consideration, Japan must now conduct its public diplomacy with the understanding that the post written every day by 70 million Japanese people may be automatically translated and spread around the world, and potentially leading to international scrutiny. But also, I am a kind of positive thinking person, optimistic. There is some positive aspect on AI translation. Because thanks to this machine translation, Japanese users on X are becoming more and more aware that their posts are no longer seen only by other Japanese users. They are being seen by people around the world. And although Japan has long been an important member of the international community, but also we are often described as somewhat inward-looking compared with many other countries. And there is evidence here that if you look at the passport ownership rate, according to Choson Ilbo, South Korean people have 60% of South Korean people have a passport, but just only 18% of Japanese have passports. So it shows the lack of overseas travel experience among Japanese people, and also this English proficiency score of the English proficiency test. The highest is the South Korea, and the Japan is the lowest score among East Asian countries. So, but because of this AI translation, and another point is the growing number of foreign tourists in Japan. These development is start changing our attitude to the world. As you can see the graph, just within 10 years ago, we only have around 10 million foreign tourists in Japan, but now there are more than 40 million tourists in Japan. So people in Japan need to practice English more, and because of this AI translation, we have to think how people in the world are looking at us. So this kind of process of internationalization is not always smooth, and it sometimes creates friction and tension. Nevertheless, I believe it has a potential to encourage a more open and outward-looking mindset among the Japanese public. And so if you have haven't been to Japan yet, so please visit Japan to help us to become more open and outward people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yonemura. Very interesting that Japanese people like X so much. Why do they like X so much? Because in case of Korean people, X is very much like what the United States people are using. So it seems like from South Korean people's perspective, X is something that is over there, not something like a Facebook or some other things. So I'm just wondering why Japanese people especially like to use X. Another question is there any case that Japanese government or any parliamentary people use X? That will be a part of the public diplomacy the Japanese government uses all these SNSs for. So, thank you. And lastly but not least, Nashakanto Ja. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And it's a hard time, I know. It's just a time to wind up. Everybody is just finish it off and then we'll wind up. I'll just run through you a small presentation and I would like to squeeze my conversation short, precise, and effective so that it conveys a good message to all of you. May I request at the back to run the presentation? In fact, just one more thing. I'm a little bit confused. What is my topic? So because the theme which is running is public diplomacy beyond the culture. And the presentation which I had prepared is about the nuclear. Nevertheless, it happens sometime. We'll try to merge everything and give you on the platter. We'll come up with a new abbreviation that will be the nuclear diplomacy. Okay, so if you can just run the presentation if you have with you or should? Nope? Okay. So I'll just give a preliminary talk about what's the public diplomacy. I'm not I'm not a person who has got the proficiency in the diplomacy, but working with the government and with the different other regions like Middle East, West Asia, Asian countries, and I got some proficiency about the public diplomacy. In fact, I gathered some information, some expertise when I was posted in Sudan. There I got the real definition about what the diplomacy means. So for me, as of now, I'm a little bit against what all we have discussed here. For me, diplomacy is something different. Diplomacy is something, an art, which basically diplomats, the country takes and try to communicate to the different environment in a positive way about the culture, about the tradition, about the strength, about the countries and all those. But things have changed. Things has gone much more in a different direction. So when we are talking about diplomacy, for me, the world has entered into an era where influence is measured not merely by admiration, but by strategy relevance. Whoever is playing the strategy is basically a master in the public diplomacy. We are talking about diplomacy in different contexts. I came across certain terminology in the public diplomacy. My senior taught me one thing. Nishikant, don't talk about diplomacy. Here, talk something about the military diplomacy. Here, talk something about the economic diplomacy. Here, talk about the knowledge diplomacy. We are changing, and that diplomacy doesn't stick at one level. It keeps on changing on environment to environment, country to country, time to time.
So you should be a master in basically having a 360-degree perspective of the diplomacy, where we are talking about all the gambits. We'll talk something about strength about India because I belong to India, how we are playing the public diplomacy, how we are capturing the diplomacy. India is a country which was, I mean, as of the last 14, 15 years, I have seen the diplomacy has risen into a kind of a different level. Whether it's a EU, whether it's a Middle East, whether it is a West Asia, whether it is a Central Africa, whether we are talking about the Asian, everybody we have tried to capture. We are trying to reach everybody, and that basically is something that everybody should be connected with everybody. It should not be merely like a block which talks only about the Quad, which talks about the BRICS, which talks about Central Africa, which talks about the Asian, which talks about the Southeast Asia. No, it's something we want to reach everywhere. And that's the reason how the EU head of the delegation got their office based in India. We were not having any dialogues with EU. We are not a member of NATO. It's far, far away. But now see the diplomacy, how it is moving, how we are getting connected with each other. I was discussing one thing with the EU head of the delegation. I said, why don't you have a kind of a diplomatic exercise with the Middle East countries? He said, it's a little bit looking awkward, but we can. So this is something we are talking about. The diplomacy is going in at a different level. We are talking about the diplomacy, about the technology diplomacy. India conducted the AI mission. We conducted the AI summit, which was fabulous. I mean, we tried to work on, to integrate. It was not something we wanted to show about the AI. It was basically a kind of diplomacy where all the strength of the different countries can be integrated with each other. The country from Azerbaijan, the country from Russia, the country from China, everybody. We are trying to bring them at one common platform, at one common page. So diplomacy, it's not only talking about a political drift. We are not talking about any security agencies or something like we want to collect some intelligence, something not. Diplomacy is not like that. It has a lot of other variations we are talking about. Economic diplomacy. I would like to give you a beautiful example about the China. I mean, we should learn something from the China. I have traveled a little bit about this different regions, and now I'm planning to go to the Latin America also. China, I was thinking that China is only focusing on the Asian countries or Southeast Asia or in their particular region. But when I gathered the data, I mean, it's something. In the total investment in 25 and 26, they have spent something in Africa, 50% of their entire budget about the investment they have spent in Africa. GCC country, 30%, Asian, 18%, Latin America, 2%. That's basically, and that's the reason wherever you go, you will find the Chinese. Their entities are already established there. They are working very effectively. They are not looking for a short term or something. That's why I tell my government also that you have to be patient when you are talking about the diplomacy. It's not like that you target a country and you just go there, invest something, and then move forward. So it's the data which is coming from the Chinese in the 25, 26. It's something they have covered the entire world. No region has been left. Whether we are talking about, now I was talking to the Vice President of Guyana. He was in one of the visits in India. He said, we have got a lot of investment from the China. I was talking to different other countries. In fact, I visited Iran thrice. And there was a lot of Chinese investment there. So in I would say 2005 and 2007, I was in Russia. And the kind of the deep bonding between the Chinese and the Russians in the field of the infrastructures, in the field of the technology, in the field of the military strength, you cannot imagine. So how long they have been working. That's basically we are talking about the diplomacy. Diplomacy is not that I come here and I delivered a lecture and that Jesus Christ, the journey ends. It's something we have to pour the seeds and start working on that particular thing. And this is one of the effective platforms where we are working. Think tanks. Knowledge diplomacy is there from where you can penetrate. There is no restriction on that. But it's not the diplomacy. I'm talking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which gives a scholarship grant. And the 5 students, 20 students come here, they take the lectures or the courses, and then they go away, the journey ends. No. This is kind of think tanks or the public forums where we should speak, and those things should be recorded. And then it should be published and brought to the knowledge of the government. I was discussing with one of the think tanks in US. He said, in the DC, Washington, you have more than 500 think tanks. So this is something which we have to think out. In India, we don't have. I think we have only around 50, 60 think tanks which are working. And that also, I don't know at what level, 2 or 3. ORF is there, which is basically from the India, which organizes your rational dialogues and everything. So this is something which we need to talk about the diplomacy. Talking about the US technology and diplomacy, that should be, I want to flag it. The Chips and Science Act, they conducted the AUKUS, the CORD technology, the maritime, the airtime, you name them, the US is everywhere in all kind of diplomacy. So that's something, see the vision. And when we are talking about, I'm not talking about the other countries, I'm talking about, especially for the India. When we are trying to talk to them, okay, no, let's concentrate on the BRICS first. Baba, the day you will do a diplomacy on the BRICS, CORD is bound. When you target CORD, new CORD is bound. Every day the blocks are multiplying and new things are coming out. So how you can say that? I'm just trying to give you a feel or something like that. Iran, I just wanted to tell you, Iran, because Iran was, the things which needs to be praised, it has to be praised. It's not like that I'm very fond of Iran or I'm very fond of, say, Russia or anything. But the kind of the diplomacy which they did, it's a mind-blowing. I was talking to the diplomats of Iran before this war started 3 months back. And then they told me, doctor, we are at the tip of our negotiation and our uranium, the nuclear deal will be finalized. We are coming up with a negotiation very soon. It was regime of Obama that time. And they said, we are having a very effective diplomacy which is going on. Diplomacy is not, it can be used anywhere. See the beauty of what they did. The backdoor, the 1.5 and 2.0 diplomacy which they took, they bide the time. And that time, buying of the time, they created a kind of accumulated the pressure. And then the regional connectivity, the regional diplomacy which they took on the Qatar and the Oman, they started working for them. That's something, a strategic diplomacy we are talking about. The JCPO, they were working on the JCPO, they are working for the IAA, and everything was going to be finalized till the regime changed. The new president of the POTUS came and subsequently things gone in a different direction. So this is the real diplomacy we are talking about. EU, India, we have never thought in dreams also. And whenever I used to talk to the head of the delegation, Her Excellency, she said, EU, what EU will do? And when I speak to the MOFA people in my country, they say, are you gone mad? What we will do with EU? What is their relevance? And now you see they have signed working on 2 major projects. One, they have signed the India-EU FTA, and the other is the Global Gateway Initiative, which has been launched by the EU. We have got a dedicated EU head of the delegation based in capital New Delhi, which is working very closely with India in the area of the defense, in the area of the infrastructure, in the area of energy. One more example I would like to give it to you about India. 2015, we started. So I'm not saying that it's basically everything comes for the reason. Sometimes diplomacy starts with a kind of a strategic tool. It has to be used. 2015, we created an organization which was known as International Solar Alliance, which was under the Paris Convention Treaty, and it was a dream project of Prime Minister Modi. In just span of 3 years, we got 120 countries signed the agreement. 104 ratified. That is working, we were working where we have brought all the countries on one common platform and under one soil. That's we are talking about. I'm not praising about that we are only talking about the India. I'm talking about the diplomacy tools and the way which should be used. So that's something which I thought I should bring to your notice. And for the China, we are already, as you can see, the diplomacy which they are working, digital Silk Road. They are working with diplomacy. You know, China has worked very strategically with Indian government. And in fact, in our telecom infrastructure, it's a huge investment by the China. So Huawei was there, Huawei company. And now, because of some of the diplomatic blockade and something, so the government decided, okay, now we have to move a little bit away from China, and we should start doing some kind of indigenization so that the security and the sovereignty of the country remains with us. Now, the diplomacy which started working, now they are working very closely and bringing the Huawei and basically the ZT together to work effectively and take this project roll on. In India, it's something like that. If you talk about some countries which we are not having a very cordial relationship, some differences, not big differences. So China has been seen one of the country where we have got the security issues, our data and many things. I don't know from where it populated because I'm a person of the AI. I think if my data needs to be with me, nobody can hack the data from me till I want, till I get the access, till I give the access, not take the access. So it's something, it kind of a fume which got generated, and that fume went all across, and people started talking about a lot of things. And that's basically we are talking about where our country, India, blocks around 74 apps at first shot from the China. So I'm just saying that how the narrative diplomacy, how the backdoor diplomacy, how the perception diplomacy works, that's a very critical thing which we should be very cautious. India, we are working, India Semiconductor Mission we are, India Middle East, Europe Corridor, digital diplomacy infrastructure. We are working. When I've interacted once, I'm sorry, I just 2 minutes more. When I was interacting with MOFA, I went and met one of the secretary. I said, you have any technology diplomacy department here? He said, yes, we have got NEST. I said, what is NEST? I have not heard about NEST. He said, no, this is new emerging strategic technology department under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I said, what they do? They said, the terms of reference of this department is to have a bilateral relationship and a diplomatic relationship with all the countries for the technology transfer and technology agreements. That's how the CERT A, the CERT UK, the CERT US, the CERT IN, they all got integrated. So digital infrastructure we are working. Like we are trying out, every blocks has created its own. Like when the dawn of the AI is coming. I don't know, I did my postdoc in 2012 from Denmark, but I'm still very not, you can say, I don't believe that AI will take over the job or AI is just mastering. No, my principal and my professor taught me one thing, right technology for the right person, for the right job, at the right place, at the right cost is the principle. You cannot just take AI and implement everywhere. And AI will say, okay, Jesus Christ, you sit down, I'll take. No. If it would have been, You have seen the disaster which has happened in Israel. Sorry, Palestine, Gaza. They used the two software which was AI enabled for identifying the extremist group there, and the data which they collected was 2 years back. And the software which they used was the Gospel and Lavender. When the data was pulled, fetched, cleansed, and engaged, the AI was not, the drone was not in my position to understand. He was believing that the target still remains the same, but the target has moved from that particular location to some other location 2 years back. But the data which they collected was the same. So the bird was not, the drone, the bird was not in position to understand, to identify those things. He simply went, targeted, but the casualty, there was schools, there was hospitals, there was many other things where the things had been moved 2 years back. So it's something, there is always a pros and cons of the technology. AI cannot rule. We don't believe that it can be imposed everywhere. The day you leave everything on the machine will kill you. It will block you, everything. And we started believing these things about the AI, the new emerging technologies now. I'm telling you, 2012, I gave my defense. And we have matured. At that time, that university has matured, and they were doing something else about the IoT and AI and the future generation network. Nevertheless, so I'm just trying to tell you that diplomacy is having its footprint everywhere. What kind of diplomacy? Like nuclear. I mean, come on. Now, in India, nuclear is not allowed to the private companies. But there is a lot of licensing and, the advocacy and the diplomacy started. Basically, that the private entity should come in, because we need those things. Sooner or later, energy is required by everyone, and for that, nuclear is not only used for bombs, it is used for the reactors which will give us the energy. So we need those things. And soon, that's the reason how the Indian government has now opened the doors, is opening the, not open, but has opening the doors for the private companies to come. In South Korea is one of the, you can say, potential countries who are trying to work with the Indian government in the field of the reactors. They will come. They're working. Let me just give you one example of the South Korea, and because since I'm on the soil of the South Korea as of now. In India, I'm just giving you a ground level findings about how the relationship. We thought that we want to work very closely with South Korea. And basically in the strategic areas. It's not something we are talking about any specific generic. The government is very much interested in working in the strategic areas. We are talking about the energy, we are talking about the submarines, we are talking about the defense, many other things are there. The only problem is there that you cannot always work G to G. There should be some kind of a mechanism for the private entities, like you need to have a kind of an ecosystem which basically entertains and join hands, shake hands with the private entities also. That is the bottleneck which I thought, because I'm on the floor, so I should brought to your notice. Rest, everything is good, and the relationship with South Korea is emerging, it's getting very positive, and hopefully these two countries will work very strategically in due course of time. And our defense minister was here. He has given a lot of things. And initially, our Indian High Commissioner was called in MOFA, and he was told to work very strategically with the South Korea. So everything is aligned. And again, for my last words, I just want to thank you all. And hopefully, I'll give my presentation tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for such a detailed explanations of India's diplomacy. India is very quickly developing in tech and green energy and all these industry areas. Just to go back to a fundamental question about public diplomacy of India. What is India is trying to look like? What is the image that India wants to make about itself? That's the question. Yeah. Any questions from the audience before I ask the presenters to answer the questions? Yes. Oh, 2 people. Wow. Okay.
Thanks for the presentation. That's very insightful. I'm Sita, a research fellow from National University of Singapore. I have a question to Prof. Kaha. So you mentioned in one of your earlier slide about connectivity creates opportunity, it builds on trust, stability, and cooperation. So I'm just wondering whether stability in this statement, you mean the stability in the external diplomacy or the domestic stability, because what I come across often in my work is for energy infrastructure that require a long-term investment, that require stability within the domestic political, in terms of changing administration every 5 years doesn't mean change in the policy. So how energy infrastructure can persist even though administration changes every 5 years or so. So that's my question to you. And I have a question for Prof. Ocha about the diplomacy and more than bilateral diplomacy, because bilateral diplomacy seems easier than multilateral diplomacy. So for example, in Southeast Asia, we have ASEAN, which is our vehicle for diplomacy within the region, and that, to my understanding, in its inception, first is to build a peace within the region, and then now it bordered into energy cooperation, energy diplomacy, and so on and so forth. But there is a challenge in achieving those multilateral diplomacy for such purpose of energy or other purpose. So you have any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank the presenters for their insightful presentations, remarks. I have 2 questions. The first one is to Mr. Gugulashvili. It is about Anaklia Port. You talked about a middle corridor, the connectivity projects. One of the bottlenecks in middle corridor is the Anaklia Port, which, if opens, would actually upgrade the capabilities and capacity of middle corridor significantly. Could you briefly talk about the present situation in that project? What's going on? I remember that some Chinese companies were involved in the project, but in late March, some American diplomats visited Anaklia Port. It looks like it changed hands. So therefore, it will be quite interesting to hear your thoughts about it. And the next question is to Mr. Yonemura about the situation between Japan and China. You talked about some positive developments going on, intergovernmental level of exchanges, but at the same time, we observe growing militarization in the region, particularly between Japan and China. So how can you explain it, and whether it is related with Taiwan station or East China Sea station? Thank you.
Please. You have a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for questions. This is another opportunity to to express some things that maybe I could not express during my presentation. First of all, the ambiguity of Georgian politics, absolutely right and true observation that Georgia's, whatever I was talking, it was from the wishful thinking, maybe in certain manners, in not only just wishful thinking, but the pragmatic view, how it should be. But not always everything is how it should be. And at this moment in Georgia, many people and scholars, including diplomats, former diplomats, many people who participated in development of the concept of East Asia, Europe corridor. And I would like to say that Georgia contributed a lot. Together with Azerbaijani President Aliyev, Georgian President Shevardnadze, and in this tandem, I would say, together, they lobbied a lot. There was very strong diplomacy from their side, lobbied with big powers, big economic and political powers, in order to support this corridor. I was talking that Americans supported the energy corridor and the Europeans created this Traseka, etc. It was not just from the air. The regional, they supported a lot. And not only just them as a personalities, but people who used to work there in ministries of foreign affairs, in the ministries of economies, of energy, etc. Many. So these people now are, of course, disappointed. Disappointed in many things, despite the fact that Georgia remained. This was very strong idea, actually, Europe-Asia corridor. And Georgia as a country remained loyal to this idea. Yes, that's right. But it's not about criticizing governments, I understand this forum, but I can tell that we are not satisfied how the government deals with this objective and if everything is done in this regards. And here I can say that ambiguity comes from the same notion that I was stressing, that big powers should not, in a good sense, seek for domination. Why I prized European Union? Because European Union, when it started its Eurasia corridor projects, energy or transport or connectivities, and even now working, this is to my view, the only big power, European Union, if we can say that European power, it's a big power. It's a big economic power, but not consolidated political power yet. But still, it's a big power. How it approach it to this without intention to dominate the countries or to compete with others. That was their approach was complementary, and I think that it was very right approach. As regards to Russia, that I may go to another question also that you kindly posed to me. Russia's negative role was in this, that this old paradigm of strategic dominance and military presence, pressure, creating bottlenecks and using exclusivity rights for transportation, especially for energy supplies, for example, to Europe or any other regions of the world. This is very old mind approach, which is contradictory to whatever we talked. If we want to develop a really corridor without cooperation, without mutual understanding of interests, and without also big powers understanding each other's interests and balancing not only each other's, but also medium and small phase. This is maybe a little bit socialist views, I would say, egalitarian, which maybe not happens all the time in the world. But this is the only way to reach efficiency in this case. There are too many countries. So Georgia's ambiguity comes also from this Russian pressure. That when this government started 12 years ago, and stays too much, 12 years is too much for a democratic country, of course. The government stays at power. Its approach was correct and quite continuous, continuing the same support for the corridor and for the right things in this regards. But little by little, they started to experience strong pressure from the Russian government, which of course creates now these problems. Many people in Georgia are convinced that this ambiguity comes exactly from one dominating powers in the region. This is Russia. And that is big struggle also because of this. Now, I think Sita's question was very, very, if it is okay with you. So if you are satisfied with the response, yes. Yes, I go to the next question. Connectivity creates opportunity and stability of external or domestic stability. So you're absolutely right that when I mentioned stability, I didn't distinguish between internal stability of states and external stability as the security of the region. Both are very important. I absolutely agree with you. Talking about internal stability maybe it's a little bit more difficult when it's an international conference and we talk about behavior of states mainly, but not behavior of states inside. But actually these are interlinked, absolutely interlinked. And if internal stability is not guaranteed, then, but again, I come back to the European Union, European policies. Why I support, I'm a strong supporter of European policies, because European policy, external policy, is very much linked with promotion of internal stability of countries. So creating bottlenecks exist not only in transportation, but bottlenecks exist in relations between internal actors as well. So European Union tries, especially in Georgia, for example, or in other countries that they deal, to inspire the countries for the dialogue, internal dialogue, and the external actions of the country should be in compliance with internal people's will and with internal consensus in the country. If in Azerbaijan, for example, there is no consensus inside of the country whether they need or not this way through Armenia, for example, linking Azerbaijan with Nakhichevan through Armenia, if there is no consensus inside, for the government would be very difficult to realize this project. And absolutely agree with you. And I would like to say that this is both important, and I think the country should work on this. And continuity of the energy project, you say 5 years, but in democratic states, usually the regimes, they change in every 5-6 years, or in some other cases 4 years. This is normal. But what is important that I mentioned that in Georgia, despite of changing the governments, we had continuity of certain policies, including energy policy. And there are also in international relations the parliamentary level commitments, so ratification instruments. If previous government signed an agreement and it was ratified by parliament, it's a law that cannot be changed easily, right? And that is important instrument. I think that used to work. And Anaklia, finally, Anaklia port. Yes, this is very big problem again. I would say that the government was not good and instrumental in this. Anaklia port, I wouldn't say that it creates now bottleneck. That whoever doesn't know, Anaklia is a Black Sea port project. It's not port yet. On the Black Sea, Georgia has 2 ports, operating ports. This is Batumi and Poti. More or less, they can deal with the amount of cargoes which come from Europe to Asia, or from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan to Georgia, etc. At this moment, but potentially they will not be able to deal with increasing if middle corridor is really developed in a way that we imagine. They will not be able. So Anaklia was designed, the new port was designed especially to deal with this problem, to possibility of increasing operation of cargoes going from east to west or from west to east. Georgian government was not very good in this. Actually, that it stopped because of particularist reasons, stopped the project for years. And then it signed the contract with very suspicious Chinese company, saying frankly, because nobody was happy with this company. It was sanctioned and by US, and the company also was not very clean in many operations. And now the project is stuck. So I hope this will continue because the government promised to continue this project. And let's see what will happen in the future. But just finalizing that, it is very important, of course, that Georgia is able to build this port for the future of East-West corridor. Thank you. Who is investing? This is the problem that Americans were investing, but they tried to get some guarantees from the state saying that their investment will not disappear if there will be some political changes. And the government did not give these guarantees. That's because the government was influenced by Russia, I can say, and this government denied. Then Chinese said that they would co-invest with Georgian government, 50-50. But as I told, first of all, this Chinese government was, not government, but Chinese company was not very reliable. And second thing is that Americans also were very disappointed. So there was, between big powers also, the struggle, as always. And finally, at this moment, it's not yet fully decided, but government has that it is committed to support financially the project. Let's see. Thank you.
So regarding the, first I would like to address your question that how the India is doing in the public diplomacy in the region. So I mean, it's effective and it's going well. And to just figure it out, I mean, I can tell you that we have got a good relationship with all the countries. Like we have a relationship with Russia, we have the relationship with France, we have the relationship with Iran, we have the relationship with Israel, we have the relationship with US. So you can see the kind of a diplomacy exercise we are doing. So, and we have got all this strategic alignment with them. US for the defense, Russia for the defense and energy, France for the defense infrastructure, Iran for the connectivity, and basically the other regional issues, regional assurance. And we are Israel, obviously the intelligence, and we are having a relationship with the cyber and other activities with Israel. So all countries where we are, we have got the very strategic and deep relationship with them. And that, I think, that's clarify how the public diplomacy is working within the region. And in fact, I would like to just, about the Sita question, yes, I totally agree that the regional diplomacy is the first step. I mean, we should be strong in that. And that's the reason I just like to give you an example, like India is working very closely with the GCC, we are working very closely with the BRICS. So these are some of the things where we need to first have a good diplomacy exercise. Obviously, then we have to go to the multilateral diplomacy. So that's something which from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the question. About the why Japanese love eggs so much. There are many explanations, but the most persuasive one is Japanese people love the eggs, what you call anonymity. They don't have to reveal their name to log in the eggs. And generally speaking, well, my wife is Korean, so we, look Koreans and Japanese, and And generally speaking, Korean people more easy to express themselves. And Japanese, in a good word, more discreet and try to hide themselves. But if you don't have to reveal your name, then you can express your anger, your sadness more freely. That attracts Japanese people to X. That's one explanation. I'm not sure if it is true or not. And if the Japanese government is using social media for public diplomacy, actually not so much. Prime Minister Takaichi, of course, she has her own accounts, but honestly speaking, President Lee Jae-myung's posting is much more newsworthy and interesting. And recently, press secretary opened up his own account, but mostly he's using that whenever Japanese newspaper and magazine reported the scandal of Prime Minister Takaichi, then he tried to explain it's not true, that kind of thing. And one or two just good, successful public diplomacy operated by Japanese government officials is UK ambassador, Ambassador Suzuki. He has 220,000 followers in UK. And what he's doing is just, he goes to a local restaurant and drank a local brew beer. Wow, this is great. And he's really loved by people in United Kingdom. And about Japan-China relationship, actually, my understanding is that Prime Minister Takaichi does not hate China because they had a meeting in last October in South Korea. And as long as I know, Japan side, Takaichi's side, really pushed China to meet him. And actually, after the meeting, it was late October, and early November, I went to Beijing, and I had a lunch with the Chinese MOFA people, and they talked very highly of Prime Minister Takaichi. Well, it's congratulations for the first female prime minister or something like that. And after that, just 2 days or 3 days later, she made remarks on Taiwan contingency issue, and it was definitely not intentional because of it happened because of her inexperience of diplomacy. So, but well, what happened is happened, and until last year, we are hoping that they will have China will host an APEC meeting October this year. So maybe 1 year later, there will be a shake hands with between Xi Jinping and Takaichi, but currently it's not likely to happen. And about arms race in this region, well, first of all, Japan is not going towards militarism or anything like that. China is strongly talking about that, but it's not going to militarism. But there is an arms race between countries in this region, and the reason, the biggest reason is the United States. If the United States leave or this region, then we have to protect ourselves by us. And another point is Trump administration is pushing very hard both Japan and South Korea to pay more or spend more on arms procurement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll finish the session, and please give a big applause to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all the participants. Well, public announcement. After the session, we'll have a short celebrating performance, and please bring your positions back to your room, and we will gather at 6 o'clock at the lobby, and we'll move to the dining place all together. And I'd like to invite our director, Dr. Junyoung Kang, to deliver his concluding remarks for this forum.
Thank you very much. Today is a very long day. It's been a very long day. Thank you for your hard work throughout the day. We exchanged various opinions on cooperation issues in the area of geopolitical issues in the era changed today. Of course, mutual cooperation will face many difficulties due to the different situation in each country. Just the US-Iran signed an end of war agreement does not mean that the problems of both sides have been solved. Nevertheless, we must make great efforts. I hope today's discussion marks a new beginning for future cooperation. I think today's discussion was very successful, and I look forward to further practical discussion tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay, please enjoy the show, and after the show, we'll get the picture all together again, and then dismiss. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm so nervous. Hello. Hi. I'm not good at English. Please understand me. We are Chajan band, and our music is Korean traditional crossover. Understand? Okay. First song is 이윽고. 이윽고 means eventually. I made this song while imagining your dream place. Okay? Thank you so much. Okay, please look at me kindly, please. Okay, first song, let's go. 이윽고 한 곳을 다다르니 낙조강 웬 산호를 물들였는디 바위 틈으로 솟아오르는 숲이 울창하여 장어막이 그지럽다. 산은 점점 높고 깊었는지 큰 골짜기 작은 골짜기에 밝게 흐르는 시내 여러 고비를 이루고 있다. 한편 연못가의 연꽃이 반발하고 노란 꽃도 한창인디 꽃 사이에 춤추는 나비 펄 날고 버들 위에 나르는 꾀꼬리는 조각 금이었다. 그토록 바라던 경계로다. 이윽고 한 곳을 Thank you so much. Okay, our next song is Sky and Sea. This song is cute love song. And this song is sing along part. Are you ready? Okay, me first melody and then you. First me. Na 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 na. Understand? Okay, please enjoy. Thank you. 추억의 걸음을 노래하자 그날처럼 서로의 이름을 크게 부르던 그때처럼 아무도 모를 거야 이건 전부 우리 둘의 비밀 예전에 처음 겪은 그 시간 속에 너와 나 우리만의 모든 시간들은 나를 눈에 담아 나누던 우리의 함께할 날들을 노래하자 그날처럼 서로의 아픔을 꼭 안아주던 그때처럼 아무도 모를 거야 이건 전부 우리 둘의 비밀 예전에 처음 겪은 그 시간 속에 너와 나 우리만의 그리고 바다 그 안에 품은 모든 것 아무도 모를 거야 이건 전부 우리 둘의 비밀. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not good at English. My mic is tongue.
Sorry, me too. Next song is Korean naming is 밴 노래. 밴 노래 means rowing motion. 노래 sing. Okay. Next song. Okay. This song is your turn. Have 어기야. Try try this. 하나 둘 셋. 어기야. 1, 2, 3. 어기야. Okay, good. Oh, are you Korean? I heard that Korean. Okay, next song, 밴 노래. Thank you.
이 노래가 무슨 노래인고 하니 여기 계신 여러분들 보려고 수로 말리는 배 타고 이 차잔 밴드의 밴 노래였건다. 천하 거기야 저기야 거기야 저기야 거기야 잔 저기야 거기야 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 차차 거기야 자옥이야 거기야 전 자옥이야 거기야 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 차차 거기 넘어 대시포 우리도 도리동 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 어허야니야 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 뱃놀이 가자 거기야 자옥이야 거기야 자옥이야 거기야 잔 자옥이야 거기야 거기야